Chapter 265. Li Tianlan quietly looked at the old man who stepped into Lonely Mountain. His eyes were a little dazed. His world was quiet. The surface of the lake was filled with exploding lake water. Water splashed and waves rose. A large area of the lake surged violently like a tsunami in a storm. But there was no sound in Li Tianlan's ears. The world was quiet. He could only hear the sound of the dissipation of the clouds and mist. It was quiet but extremely pleasant. The old man went up Lonely Mountain and stepped directly into Mount Qingyun without stopping. He went all the way up to Li Tianlan in the Sea of Flowers. The clouds and mist on Mount Qingyun completely dissipated. Li Tianlan, who was in the invincible realm but had no force, began to relax. It felt very comfortable. His realm finally began to fall when the clouds and mist completely disappeared. Invincible realm, half-step invincible realm, thunder-shocking realm, fire-flaming realm, ice-condensing realm, chi-controlling realm. It kept falling, and finally he completely withdrew from the chi-controlling realm. The arrogant old man who climbed the mountain on water walked up to Li Tianlan. He witnessed the process of Li Tianlan's aura from strong to weak. The old man seemed very indifferent most of the time, and his wise eyes were a little complicated. Li Tianlan laughed. His aura was weak, but his demeanor did not weaken a bit. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be shining. His every move was perfect, exuding a kind of dazzling and bright charm. It was not until this moment that Li Tianlan was sure that he really ushered in a new life. So he would laugh. But if he was reborn today, then what did he get in the previous 19 years? He had wind and thunder veins. He used to be invincible, and he was the heavenly son of Zhongzhou State. But now, he was just an ordinary person with wind and thunder veins. Perhaps only those who truly understood martial arts would understand how strange these words were. Li Tianlan's heart was in a mess, and even the excitement of seeing the old man became a lot suppressed. "Grandpa," he called softly. When great Master Wu Wei died between heaven and earth, Li Honghe, who should not have appeared here. Li Honghe looked ruddy and energetic. After the border war, he seemed to be more than 10 years younger. Looking at his grandson, who was already famous in the dark world at a young age, he smiled with satisfaction. "You did a good job in East Island. How are you? How do you feel now?" Li Tianlan's heart gradually sank all the way to the bottom. Autumn had just arrived, and the weather was still very hot. It was noon, but Li Tianlan felt cold all over. Because Li Honghe's current state was too abnormal. The Li family participated in the border battle on the 5th day. Li Tianlan had already heard about it when he was still in East Island, but the news from afar was naturally vague. Without being there, no one knew the impact and consequences of that series of actions. But it was different now. Li Honghe appeared directly in front of him. It was clear at a glance. Li Tianlan was most unfamiliar with this Li Honghe, whether in spirit or appearance. The current Li Honghe was completely different from before. Li Tianlan knew very well what state Li Honghe was in before. He was nearly 80 years old, and his physical strength was uncontrollably weakening. He could barely maintain the invincible realm, and it was even difficult for him to exert all the strength of the invincible realm. But now Li Honghe was full of energy, and his powerful aura was almost bursting out of his body, which made people feel awe at first glance. In this state, Li Honghe gave Li Tianlan a feeling that he was even more powerful than when Li Honghe was at his peak in his childhood. Li Tianlan's face was pale. He knew very well what this situation meant. The so-called powerful aura bursting out of his body was a sign that the power in Li Honghe's body was completely out of control. You force yourself to return to your peak state. Li Tianlan tried not to let his voice tremble. He was melancholy about the death of great Master Wu Wei. But in the face of Li Honghe in this state, he felt a little powerless and even desperate. "It's not a big deal." Li Honghe smiled, and his smile was very open-minded. "I do it willingly. Willingly." Li Tianlan suddenly raised his voice, and his laughter was a little cold. "For Zhongzhou State? For the border? And for the Li family?" Li Honghe looked at his grandson in a calm tone. He could clearly feel the trace of indifference and stubbornness in the depths of Li Tianlan's eyes. Don't worry. Li Honghe patted Li Tianlan on the shoulder. I know my body well. Although it's not very optimistic, it's not a problem to support it for a few years. There may be a turnaround by then. Who can tell what will happen a few years later? As for you, can you accept it after your foundation is completely destroyed? Li Tianlan was full of anger and resentment, but outwardly, he was as cold as an iceberg. He suppressed the worry and even panic in his heart, steadied his breath, and said indifferently, "It's just starting over." Li Honghe's eyes were as gentle as ever, and he whispered, "But this is the second time, so it will be faster than the first time." Li Tianlan's voice was firm and persistent. Li Honghe nodded, took out a cigarette, lit it, and stopped talking. "Why are you here?" Li Tianlan was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, "I'm here to see the bald man off." Li Honghe took a deep drag on the cigarette, and his eyes were a little sad. "I didn't expect it to be a step too late. This guy, I'm afraid he doesn't want to see me in the end, right?" Great Master Wu Wei, who was famous in Zhongzhou State, became bald in Li Honghe's mouth. Li Tianlan was also a little sad, because Great Master Wu Wei was not bald in the end. What disappeared with his figure in heaven and earth was his long white hair like frost and snow. Li Tianlan sat down. Li Honghe was on his left, and on his right was the place where Great Master Wu Wei died. There was only a piece of rock facing the mountains and rivers. There was no ash, it was clean. "You used to be very good friends, right?" Li Tianlan asked in a low voice. Li Honghe just said in silence and didn't say much. Great Master Wu Wei had many secrets, and there were also many secrets between him and the Li family. But everything was in the past. The Great Master had died. His past, his secrets, and his friendship with the Li family had all become stories. Stories. It didn't matter if he didn't listen. The landscape here is clean and suitable for retirement. I like it very much. Li Honghe looked at the landscape in front of him in a trance and said softly. He looked at Li Tianlan, who was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at him, and said with a smile, "How about the Li family take root here from now on? You're in Huoding, and it's closer to here." Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows in surprise. For a moment, he was not sure what Li Honghe meant. "Here, that's it." Li Honghe sat on a flat rock, with his back against the green mountain and his face facing the green water. His figure was small between heaven and earth, but it exuded a kind of strength and majesty that Li Tianlan had never seen before. Li Tianlan was a little excited. He was sure what Li Honghe meant. Grandpa wanted the Li family to get out of the camp in the primeval forest and come to the beautiful Mount Qingyan. Could it be that during his death, the Li family in Zhongzhou State reached a new agreement? "Grandpa, are we free?" "You, in Zhongzhou State." Li Tianlan's tone was full of undisguised excitement. "Don't mention Zhongzhou State." Li Honghe shook his head and said, "From now on, the Li family will only live for the Li family." He glanced at Li Tianlan and said with a smile, "Of course you're different. I'm old and you're still young. You must become the god of war of Zhongzhou State in the future. This is the honor that the Li family should have." Li Tianlan was still excited, but he frowned. Grandpa actually wanted to go against the will of Zhongzhou State and forcibly move the Li family to Mount Qingyan. He thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid that Zhongzhou State will find some reason to prevent us from—" "Reason?" Li Honghe laughed, and the expression between his eyebrows became more and more dignified. "They've been wanting me to go back to Yuzhou to recuperate these years. Now, I take the initiative to come out and not go back to Yuzhou. Can't I recuperate in Lenin? And the so-called reason, I listen to it. That's a reason. If I don't listen to it, it's nonsense. At this stage, if I don't let them speak, they won't dare to speak." Li Honghe's tone was calm and confident. It seemed that he had regained his loftiness and dominance when he was the god of war of Zhongzhou State. He said, "I like it here. This place belongs to me. The Li family will only live for the Li family from now on." Li Tianlan was excited, but his eyes gradually became gloomy. He understood what his grandpa meant. Li Honghe's current state was extremely bad, but at the same time, he was extremely powerful. The power in his body had been completely out of balance. In the following time, his body would gradually weaken, but his power would grow stronger and stronger. When his power grew to the limit that his body could bear, Li Honghe's whole body would be completely blown up. But this process would not be completed in a day. It needed a relatively slow process. Li Honghe would become weaker and stronger in this process, and the end of this road was death. Only death. No one was willing to provoke Li Honghe in this state, and naturally no one dared to touch the Li family. Because Li Honghe would die, such provocation was completely unnecessary. As long as Li Honghe was still alive, he, who lived only for the Li family, occupied Lonely Mountain, and no one in the whole Zhongzhou state would say a word of nonsense. But what if Grandpa couldn't hold on? Li Tianlan's palms trembled slightly. He didn't know how long this process would take, but he knew very well that it would not be short or too long. At least in this time, it was difficult for him to enter the invincible realm from scratch. At that time, once Grandpa couldn't hold on and he didn't enter the invincible realm, the Li family without deterrent power would face the shadows and fangs of countless enemies inside and outside Zhongzhou state. Li Tianlan clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were resolute. Grow up quickly. Li Honghe didn't look at Li Tianlan. He looked at West Lake in his sight and sighed softly. Since I've come to Lonely Mountain, as long as I don't die, there shouldn't be many people who dare to attack you. The next period should be the safest time for you. Come on, the Li family will rely on you in the future. Grandpa, don't worry. Li Tianlan's tone was calm. He rarely said such words, but every time he told Li Honghe to rest assured, Li Honghe would really rest assured. Under the bright and hot sun, the old man chuckled. He looked at Li Tianlan kindly and suddenly asked, "What do you think of me?" Li Tianlan was stunned. "You my grandpa." He was stunned for a moment, and then he said seriously, that was his evaluation. No evaluation was also an evaluation. Li Honghe remained calm and said with a smile, "In my life, I haven't done many right things, but I've done many wrong things. But many mistakes can be made up for in the end. But some mistakes can't be made up for today, and I can only make the best of them. Tianlan, the thing I'm most proud of is that I have the best grandson, but the most regretful thing is also the same. If I can give you another chance to choose again, you don't have to think about the Li family anymore, and you don't have to think about the responsibility anymore. You can go down the mountain now and be an ordinary person, or go to some Sara palace and live together with Boss Qin, or there are other choices. Under such circumstances, are you still willing to choose to bear the Li family's past?" Li Tianlan was silent for a long time. Li Honghe said if, but there was no if in life. He said indifferently, "I don't have a chance." "Now you do." Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan. "You can choose to give up your responsibility, and I won't blame you." Huh. Li Tianlan looked at the distant sky. His voice was calm and without hesitation. "The thing I'm most proud of is that I have the greatest grandfather. It's true in my heart, and it's true in Zhongzhou state." That was his answer. Li Honghe was great in his heart because of family affection. In Zhongzhou state, he was great because of glory, the glory that he was most proud of. Li Honghe laughed. His smile was not joyful, but a little melancholy. "So, I can only make the best of them." He looked at Li Tianlan and said softly, "Not long after you left, Li Huacheng went to the camp. I asked Wang Sheng to follow him, and now he should be one of his personal guards. When you return to Huading, you meet him. He has something to give you. When you have time, you can take it to the Dongshang clan." Li Honghe said. Li Tianlan's heart moved. He wanted to ask about the Dongshang clan and Dongsheng Rushi, but when the words came to his mouth, he still didn't speak and just nodded. He had already known that Li Wangsheng left the camp with the leading cadre of the academics. But when it came to this matter, Li Tianlan remembered another thing. "I have an agreement with Zhuang Huayang. After the final battle of Changdao, I can transfer 3 veterans of the Li family. I'll arrange it." Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan with a quiet smile. Li Tianlan's body trembled slightly. His grandfather didn't allow him to name names, but directly said that he would arrange it. It directly touched on a question that he had always wanted to ask, but dared not ask. On the 5th day of the final battle of Changdao, The five superpowers jointly invaded the border of Zhongzhou State. The Li family, which was no longer at its peak, fought against the five superpowers. How many people were left now? How many people are there? Li Tianlan asked in a hoarse voice after a long silence. 63, including me. Li Honghe didn't hesitate and directly gave an accurate number. 10 of them are seriously injured and have lost their combat effectiveness. Li Tianlan's body shook, and then he stood where he was with no expression. 63 people, 10 had lost their combat effectiveness. If he was given 3 more people, the Li family would only have 50 people left. When he left the border camp a few months ago, there were still more than 100 veterans of the Li family in the camp. They said they were veterans of the Li family, but any one of them who could survive to this day could be a general. In the Battle of the Border, the Li family lost more than half of its members. Li Tianlan took a deep breath and said calmly, "I see." He turned to look at the top of the mountain. In the direction of the top of the mountain, Qingyun Temple no longer existed, and Li Tianlan couldn't see the silver light hidden in the flowers. There's a murderous weapon on the top of the mountain. It's the legend of Qin of the Jiang family of South America. The human emperor is broken, but it's not a loss with the legend of Qin as a supplement. But now the murderous weapon has entered the time of energy storage, so let's put it here first. Li Tianlan said. Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan's arm. He held a scarlet broadsword in his hand. The sword of the founder was called Divine Punishment. Li Honghe was not surprised. As early as in the border battle, he had seen Lin Fengting and this sword. Got it. Li Honghe nodded and said, "Let's go." Li Tianlan took a deep look at the old man in front of him. He understood the purpose of the old man's appearance here today. He came to Mount Qingyun to retire from the border camp in such a high-profile way. He said that he lived for the Li family, but in fact, it was more important to protect himself. In the days when his grandfather was constantly getting stronger, his safety was enough to be guaranteed. As for the future, what would happen when his grandfather couldn't hold on and he didn't enter the invincible realm? It was not that his grandfather didn't think of this problem, but he was not qualified to think about it. For so many years, the Li family had never had a future. The so-called future could only be discussed in the future. Li Tianlan didn't say any more words of concern. Everything was doomed. What was doomed would no longer be meaningful. He knelt down in front of Li Honghe and kowtowed heavily a few times. Then he straightened up and went straight down the mountain. Li Honghe watched Li Tianlan's back leave, and there was obvious relief in his eyes. Today's meeting was out of his plan. Li Tianlan's identity was exposed so quickly, and it was also out of his plan. Under the overturning of the general trend, there were too many accidents. But Li Honghe saw Qin Weibai's shadow in the general trend, so he acquiesced to these accidents. There was no other reason. That was because his instincts told him that the perfect and dreamy woman was unreal. She was worth trusting. The rarest thing in the world was worth it. The old man looked at Li Tianlan's back calmly. Farther and farther away. Farther and farther away. Life was long, and the sky was big. There would be shadows in your life, but there would also be light. The old man slowly turned around and walked toward the top of the mountain. The old man and the young man, the grandfather and the grandson, went in opposite directions. It was like their respective destinies. The young man was reborn. Chapter 266. Military counselor was waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. He witnessed the monstrous waves when Li Honghe climbed the mountain and the magical changes when the clouds dissipated. Now, the waves had disappeared and the changes had stopped. Bright and beautiful sunlight shone down from the sky, blowing the grass and trees in the mountains. Under the clear sky, the mountains were swaying and the water was turbulent. Lonely Mountain was still Lonely Mountain, but as Fei Yun left, this island in the middle of the lake lost all of its worldly aura. It was filled with flowers and grass, pure and natural like a paradise. Li Tianlan walked over from the landscape. His white clothes seemed to blend perfectly with the landscape. "Your Highness." Military counselor subconsciously used the honorific title. In the Battle of Changdao, Li Qianlan's performance was enough to deserve this title, and his attitude toward Qin Weibai also made the 12 supermasters of Samsara truly acknowledge his existence. But the boss's attitude, the military counselor lowered his head, and his eyes were a little unfocused. "Call me by my name," Li Tianlan said calmly. The military counselor did not say anything. He still maintained a slightly respectful posture. Li Tianlan turned to look at Lonely Mountain behind him. Lonely Mountain stood out on the gentle and charming lake, but the old man on the top of the mountain had disappeared. This was the Li family's Lonely Mountain. A trace of firmness flashed in Li Tianlan's eyes. He turned around and said, "Back to Huwuding." Into the water. They disembarked. West Lake, which was usually full of people, was officially blocked off by the government because of the rumor of the fairyland. Along the way, the surrounding scenery was cold and empty. A well-behaved Audi was parked on the side of the road. The driver was a mute. When he saw military counselor and Li Tianlan, he bowed silently and motioned for them to get in the car. Military counselor and Li Tianlan sat in the back seat together. The mute man started the car and drove into the streets of Lin and heading straight for Huwuding. Li Tianlan looked at Lin and outside the window. The battle at the border was filled with smoke, and the trip to Changdao was filled with blood. But now, under the sun, Zhongzhou State was still prosperous. Li Tianlan's mind began to clear up little by little. "I have a question." He suddenly spoke. His words were simple and straightforward. He was not familiar with the military counselor, but he was too lazy to test him. If he had any doubts, he would just ask. Military counselor subconsciously touched his chest. There was a letter in his arms. He sighed softly and smiled. "There are many things that I can't say, and there are many things that I don't know the truth about." The answer was direct but vague. Li Tianlan remained calm and said, "What does the Samsara Palace want to do?" He had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but in the end, he asked one that the military counselor would definitely know. "I can't say." Military counselor looked at Li Tianlan. His expression couldn't be seen under the cloak, but his tone was sincere. "Your Highness, this is an internal matter of our Samsara Palace. And now you are the young governor of Sai City." Li Tianlan suddenly fell silent. "So, I have nothing to do with Samsara anymore?" After a long time, Li Tianlan continued to ask. Military counselor hesitated for a moment, reached into his chest pocket, and said softly, "Your Highness, Samsara has now completely withdrawn from Zhongzhou State." He took out an envelope from his pocket and continued, "Boss asked me to give this to you." Qin Weibai's coma was not far from Li Tianlan's death. Therefore, this letter could only have been written before. The letter had been in his arms for too long. Li Tianlan took the envelope, opened it, and pulled out a piece of white paper. The handwriting on the paper was delicate but slightly messy. There was no name, no signature, only a simple and clear sentence. "I wish you a bright and promising future for the rest of your life. Your future has nothing to do with me anymore. Nothing to do with him anymore." Li Tianlan felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if a bloody scar suddenly appeared on his beating heart. It was painful and sour, and he was unwilling to give up. His face was a little pale. The light outside the window shone on the paper through the window with a kind of desperate pale. Li Tianlan read this sentence over and over again. After being reborn, he didn't know what he had gained, but he clearly felt that he was losing. Li Honghe had reached a dead end. He was about to lose the pillar that could support everything in his heart since he was a child. At the same time, he would also lose the future related to her. Li Tianlan folded the letter. Very slowly, he put the letter into his pocket without expression and glanced at military counselor. "Thank you." He said this in a deep and heavy tone. Military counselor shook his head. He didn't know the content of the letter, but he had a hunch that it would not be good news. Li Tianlan stopped talking. He leaned back in the seat behind him and closed his eyes. Military counselor looked at Li Tianlan and continued to remain silent. He was the saber-bearer of Samsara in Zhongzhou State. But now the sword was not out of the sheath. How could the saber dare to show its edge? The sunrise on the sea was the most magnificent. The setting sun on the sea was the most poignant and beautiful. The sun was setting. Qin Weibai sat quietly by the sea, looking at the sunset in the deep sea with a confused look in her eyes. She woke up from a long coma. Her delicate and perfect face was slightly thin, and she seemed to be in a trance. A blue fishtail dress clung to her body gently. She held her curled-up legs with both hands and looked quietly at the sunset and the sea at the end of her sight. She was like a mermaid who longed to return to the sea after coming ashore, confused and delicate. Flaming Fire stood motionless behind Qin Weibai. She was carrying a small fruit basket in her hand. In the fruit basket were Qin Weibai's favorite fruits, snacks, and water. But none of them had been touched for the whole afternoon. There was some worry in Flaming Fire's eyes. Since the boss woke up, she had not said a word except for asking the time. She seemed to be in a trance or recalling something. In this state, the boss seemed to reject the whole world. Her sadness and joy had nothing to do with the whole world. Flaming Fire disliked Li Tianlan more and more. In the final battle of Changdao, Flaming Fire approved of Li Tianlan's way of doing things, but she just disliked him. Because all the changes began when the boss met Li Tianlan. She had quickly and willingly turned from a high and mighty goddess into a little woman. She was no longer pure. She had sorrow and joy, sorrow and anger. Flaming Fire did not understand such emotions. How good it would be if life could always be peaceful. Flaming Fire looked up at the surroundings. This was an island surrounded by the deep sea. When the wind and the waves were calm, the serene and gentle sound of the waves could be heard everywhere, as if they would last forever. This was the headquarters of the Samsara Palace, the place that could make everyone calm down the most. But Flaming Fire was a little confused. The sun was setting. The sea breeze was blowing. Flaming Fire hesitated and wanted to persuade the boss to go back. At least she should change her clothes, but she did not dare to disturb her. The phone rang abruptly. Flaming Fire took out her mobile phone and looked at the number. She raised her eyebrows slightly and walked directly toward Qin Weibai without hesitation. "Boss, military counselor is calling," Flaming Fire said softly. She knew that Qin Weibai had been waiting for this call. Qin Weibai reached for the phone and pressed the answer button, but she did not speak. "Boss." On the other end of the phone, military counselor said calmly, "Great Master Wu Wei has left. He asked me to tell you something." Qin Weibai listened to military counselor's words. There was a flash of sadness in her crystal eyes, and then she said, "How is Tianlan?" "Very good. There should be no sequelae." Military counselor replied cautiously. "Where's the letter?" Qin Weibai continued to ask. "I gave it to him," military counselor said. Qin Weibai did not speak. She quietly squeezed the phone hard, and her delicate knuckles were a little white. Military counselor was silent for a while, then whispered. He said, "Thank you." The sound of the waves around seemed to be louder. The tide rose and fell. Qin Weibai silently hung up the phone and gently bit her red lip. "Flaming Fire." She shouted and said faintly, "He's angry." Flaming Fire did not speak. "That's true. He's such a proud man, but I wrote him that letter. He must think that I'm not obedient enough and not well-behaved enough. He's really angry." Qin Weibai looked at the sea in the distance and smiled softly, but she could not stop her tears from flowing down. She was so beautiful, so sad, and so stubborn. But it's better than letting him hate me. Qin Weibai remembered the night of the 7th day in Changdao. She remembered the starry sky she saw in Li Tianlan's arms. The starry sky was bright. Qin Weibai's body trembled slightly. Her heart was twitching and hurting, but her eyes became calm and clear little by little. "I don't understand." Flaming Fire's voice was very soft, but there was anger in her eyes. That was anger against Li Tianlan. "Of course you don't understand." Qin Weibai shook her head and wiped her tears. On this island, she seemed to be particularly weak. "I don't understand Li Tianlan. I don't understand the boss either." Flaming Fire's mood did not fluctuate at all. She said quietly, "I've been with the boss for a long time, but I never understood what the boss wanted." In the afterglow of the setting sun, Qin Weibai smiled softly, like a poem or a painting. She looked up at the sky. The cloudless sky was blue and pure, and the setting sun emitted orange light, rendering the sky gorgeous and beautiful. The light fell from the high sky, clear and bright, without any shadow. Qin Weibai looked at it quietly, as if she was looking at Li Tianlan. Her eyes were full of affection. Affection was a kind of power, extreme and crazy. Flaming Fire would not understand. Maybe no one would understand. What she wanted was actually very simple. Chapter 267. After sending Li Tianlan to the Sky Academy, military counselor left. With his current identity, it was not appropriate for him to appear in a sensitive place like the Sky Academy. In the final battle of Changdao, Samsara Palace had drawn a clear line with Zhongzhou State and even stood on the opposite side. Although the supermasters of Samsara did not attack the team of Zhongzhou State, they stood with the people of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital and asked Wang Tianzong to leave Heaven Capital. No matter how detached Beihai Province and the Wang family of Beihai were, they belonged to Zhongzhou State. This was a fact that no one could change. What Samsara Palace did was not treason. After all, they did not belong to Zhongzhou State. But the change of their position was undoubtedly equivalent to standing on the opposite side of Zhongzhou State. For Zhongzhou State, the current military counselor could be said to be an enemy. Li Tianlan watched military counselor leave. The black Audi was getting farther and farther away. He knew very well that there must be a different scene in the car now. When he wore a cloak, he was military counselor. After taking off the cloak, who would know who he was? Li Tianlan did not know and did not ask, because all this had nothing to do with him anymore. Li Tianlan slowly turned around. After a few months, he returned to the Sky Academy again. The monumental boulder still stood on the land without a gate of the Sky Academy. Li Tianlan saw his name at the top. He looked at it for a long time, and no one knew what he was thinking. The autumn wind was bleak, and the sun was setting. In the twilight, the wind blew to the south. Li Tianlan turned around and walked south. His spotless white clothes fluttered in the wind. His pace was neither fast nor slow. He walked forward leisurely, like a cloud on the ground. The Sky Academy was quiet. At this time, all kinds of theory classes and actual combat classes were about to end. Li Tianlan walked to the political department. The final battle of Changdao had not been long. It had been more than a month. But after the general trend came to an end, it was easy to have agitation. If he wanted to know what had happened in the past month, he naturally had to find an insider. Tribulation, the minister of the political department, and Zhuang Huayang could be regarded as such. Li Tianlan did not need to hesitate at all to find between the two. The office building of the political department was located in the center of the Sky Academy. When he walked here, the quiet Sky Academy finally became a little livelier. Teachers and students shuttled around. A class that had just finished its class walked out of the training ground in a neat line and passed by the political department. Li Tianlan looked around and didn't find any familiar figures in the crowd. Then he ignored them. But when he looked at the others, they also looked at him. In the evening, the political department suddenly quieted down. Even the advancing troops stopped in their tracks. The leading teacher stared at Li Tianlan with a look of disbelief. Li Tianlan might not know him, but he would never forget Li Tianlan. His name was Zhou Zhou, and he was in charge of the firearms shooting course of an ordinary class. On the first day Li Tianlan came to the Sky Academy, Zhou Zhou was one of the two teachers sent to test Li Tianlan. That test was humiliating and tragic. In order to save his other companion, he was almost nailed to the tree by Li Tianlan from a distance of tens of meters. He had just recovered from his injuries over the weekend, and today was his first day teaching a student. Then he saw Li Tianlan. Zhou Zhou's face was pale. He was confused and instinctively afraid. Everyone knew that Li Tianlan had died in Changdao. The Sky Academy held a farewell party for him, and President Li Huaqing personally engraved his name on the monument. When everything was settled, he actually reappeared in the Sky Academy. Zhou Zhou even felt that he had really seen a ghost. In his sight, the man in white didn't stop and went straight to the office building of the political department. More and more people behind him noticed Li Tianlan. The silence and dullness gradually disappeared. Chaotic discussions rang out. Li Tianlan, today, the ninth person on the divine list, the heavenly son of Zhongzhou State who should be remembered by everyone, reappeared in the Sky Academy. With doubts and uncertainty, the news quickly swept across the whole Zhongzhou State like a hurricane. Compared with the teaching office of the Sky Academy, the political department had more power, but it was relatively more decentralized. However, one thing was clear, that the teaching office's scope of work was for students, while the political department's main scope of work was for teachers. In addition, the credit statistics of students and the task system of the Sky Academy were also the main work of the political department. Therefore, in the Sky Academy, the political department had the largest staff composition. In a 3-story building that looked very old, there were nearly 60 people working inside. At dinner time, the building of the political department was quiet. A man in his 30s in a military uniform passed by Li Tianlan, glanced at him, and asked with some doubts, "Who are you looking for? Is Minister Situ here?" Li Tianlan asked. Tribulation's full name was Situ Wanjia, but this name had been called less and less nowadays. "You are?" Even if he was a hero, not everyone knew him. The man in front of him obviously didn't know Li Tianlan. His eyes became more and more doubtful and even vigilant. Li Tianlan was definitely not a teacher of the Sky Academy at his age, and he was dressed in white, so he didn't look like a student. Anyone who didn't know him would doubt his identity. "I am." Li Tianlan opened his mouth, but before his voice died away, there was a sudden crisp sound of documents falling on the stairs. The heavy folder fell to the ground, and countless documents were scattered. Qin Ku, the deputy director of the teaching office, who had a bad relationship with Li Tianlan at the beginning, stood behind the flying documents and looked at Li Tianlan with a shocked and dull face. Li Tianlan was also stunned. Director Qin, the man in the military uniform who stopped Li Tianlan, greeted her inexplicably. He pointed at Li Tianlan and said, "This person is going to Qin Ku, who was as cold as an iceberg in front of everyone, suddenly came to her senses. "It's okay. Leave it to me. You go ahead." The man in the military uniform nodded, glanced at Li Tianlan, and turned to leave. "Hello, teacher." Li Tianlan greeted her calmly. The shock in Qin Ku's eyes grew stronger. She personally participated in the final battle of Changdao and also saw Li Tianlan's end. On the 7th night of the final battle of Changdao, the woman in white directly pierced Li Tianlan's heart with her sword without any hesitation. Such a serious injury. How on earth did he survive? Good luck. Li Tianlan seemed to see Qin Ku's doubts. Luckily survived. Is Marshal Uncle here? Yes, yes. Qin Ku responded in a daze, and then squatted down to sort out the documents in a hurry. He's talking to the headmaster in the office on the 2nd floor. You can go directly. Qin Ku responded with a little confusion in her mind. Looking at Li Tianlan, who went directly upstairs, she felt dazzled for a moment. How did he suddenly become beautiful? Qin Ku looked at Li Tianlan seriously. She forced herself to calm down and said softly, "Young governor, welcome back." "Thank you." Li Tianlan nodded and went directly to the 2nd floor. The minister's office was facing the stairs. Li Tianlan walked to the door and knocked. "Come in." The next second, the air around seemed to vibrate, and Tribulation's voice almost sounded in his ears. In fact, although the director of the political department of the Sky Academy had no clear rank, it was more than enough to have a full-time secretary. But Tribulation refused such an arrangement at the beginning. In addition, the office was soundproof. If it weren't for Tribulation's terrifying strength, he would have to open the door in person every time someone came. Li Tianlan opened the door and walked in. The large office was decorated comfortably and luxuriously. Tribulation's predecessor, Yi Fengsheng, was obviously a person who knew how to enjoy life. On the sofa, diagonally facing the door, Li Tianlan saw the headmaster of the Sky Academy at a glance. Zhuang Huayang was sitting on the sofa at this time, talking to the young man beside him. The moment Li Tianlan walked in, the three of them froze almost at the same time. Zhuang Huayang even thought that he was wrong. He shook his head hard and looked at the young man who walked into the office. After a long time, he said incredulously, Tianlan. Tribulation calmed down after a short period of astonishment. He was not surprised or excited about Li Tianlan's resurrection. His eyes were calm and gentle, as if he had known all this. It's good that you're back, he said. Li Tianlan was also in a daze. He looked at Tribulation in front of him, a Tribulation who was completely different from his impression. The familiar black clothes turned into comfortable casual clothes. Tribulation took off the silver mask that covered his face all year round, revealing a pale but sharp and hard face. He had short hair and was so thin that he could even be said to be thin. Sitting there, he gave people an unparalleled impact. This was a man as sharp as a sword. Come and sit down. Tribulation waved his hand and took off the mask. His voice was still low, but it was no longer hoarse, with a very pleasant magnetism. Li Tianlan walked over and sat opposite Zhuang Huayang. He looked at Zhuang Huayang, who was still in a daze, and nodded. Headmaster, long time no see. Zhuang Huayang took a deep breath. He looked at Li Tianlan and then at Tribulation, who was unusually calm. What the hell is going on? You're not dead? He looked at Li Tianlan and asked. I've been dead. Li Tianlan gave a simple answer. Come back from the dead? Zhuang Huayang looked incredulous. That's the truth. Li Tianlan looked indifferent. Let's not talk about this. Tribulation suddenly opened his mouth. He was calm, as if nothing had happened. He said slowly, Tianlan, the headmaster and I are discussing the 3 most critical things in the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State in recent days. They are all related to you. Listen. Chapter 268. Zhuang Huayang was obviously not in the mood to continue discussing business. In other words, Li Tianlan's sudden appearance shocked him more than anything else. Li Tianlan's heart was pierced by a sword. The whole dark world had witnessed it, but now he appeared in front of him again. Tribulation's unusual calmness had already shown that he knew Li Tianlan's state in advance. What did that mean? The atmosphere in the office was very quiet. Zhuang Huayang felt uneasy for no reason. He always felt that he had overlooked something very important in this series of things, but he couldn't tell what it was. How did you survive? Zhuang Huayang looked at Li Tianlan and asked with a very serious expression. Do I have to give an explanation for the fact that I'm still alive? Who should I give an explanation to? Li Tianlan asked in reply. His tone was calm and without any emotion. But not only Zhuang Huayang, but also Tribulation looked at Li Tianlan in surprise. This rhetorical question was too offensive. Although the tone was calm, it couldn't hide the impatience. The two looked at Li Tianlan at the same time. Li Tianlan sat there quietly. After dying and coming back to life, he was indeed much more dazzling than before. But under the absolutely perfect appearance, the two could clearly feel Li Tianlan's uncontrollable bad mood at the moment. Like an active volcano covered with snow, it looked calm and cold, but the magma inside had already completely boiled. Li Tianlan seemed to be aware of his attitude. He took a deep breath, kept silent for a while, and then said calmly, Sorry, I'm not in a good mood. It doesn't matter. Zhuang Huayang smiled gently. He didn't pursue the secret of Li Tianlan's resurrection. He just chuckled and said, It's good to be alive. He paused and continued. Now Zhongzhou State is more lively. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows and asked, What do you mean? Zhuang Huayang shook his head and glanced at Tribulation. Tribulation didn't want to speak. The old headmaster said helplessly, How are you now? How much combat strength do you have when you were in Chandao? In fact, when one's martial arts strength reached their realm, his perception ability was extraordinary. Even if he couldn't directly determine a person's realm, he could feel the strength of the other person from his essence, qi, and spirit. But Li Tianlan was different. From the moment he walked into the office until now, all he had shown was perfection. The concentration of essence, qi, and spirit was neither high nor weak. It was almost like a false perfection. You're lucky to be alive. What's the point of talking about combat power? Li Tianlan was a little self-deprecating. Thinking of what he was about to lose and what he might not get in the future, his eyes were a little bitter. I can only start over. Is that so? Zhuang Huayang was silent. He was not surprised by this result. The final battle of Changdao could be said to be the heaviest loss that Zhongzhou State had suffered in the Dark World in recent years. Thousands of elites fought one after another, but in the end, less than 100 people came back alive. Under the sudden change of the situation, the final battle was too hasty and chaotic. Zhongzhou State could only get the process and the final result of the final battle from the reports of the survivors. Among them, the news about Li Tianlan was the most important. Zhuang Huayang had read many reports, and he could roughly imagine how powerful this kind of extreme outburst was at the cost of one's life. As Li Tianlan said, it was already a miracle that Li Tianlan could survive after being pierced by a sword under that kind of extreme outburst. It was unrealistic to expect Li Tianlan to maintain his combat capability. To put it simply, Li Tianlan's foundation was completely destroyed, and his martial arts fell to the bottom. Recultivate. He could only recultivate. Zhuang Huayang sighed softly, thinking of the recent actions of Kunlun City and the attitude of the Wang family of Beihai. Combined with Li Tianlan's resurrection and his current identity, he suddenly had a headache. Everything was still calm at the moment, but it was not hard for him to imagine how turbulent Zhongzhou State would be after Li Tianlan walked out of this door. Tianlan, what's your attitude towards Samsara Palace? Zhuang Huayang suddenly asked in a low tone. Samsara Palace. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes. There was no doubt that Samsara Palace was one of the three things that Tribulation just mentioned. Zhongzhou State's plot against East Island started with cooperation with Samsara Palace. But no matter from the process or the outcome, what Samsara Palace did this time was a betrayal to Zhongzhou State. When the 5 Invincible Realm experts broke out of Huading, the master of Samsara Palace, who should have appeared, did not show up, which directly led to the lack of defense in Huading. When Wang Tianzong, who went to the border, rushed back to Huading, Gu Xingyun had been seriously injured, and most of the elites of the 5 superpowers trapped in the Sky Academy had also escaped from Huading. It was no exaggeration to say that although the final battle was in Changdao, Huading was the key. In the chaos that day, if the master of Samsara Palace could join hands with Gu Xingyun, they could unite with the third batch of people of Zhongzhou State that should have helped Changdao. Even without Wang Tianzong, Zhongzhou State would not have a big problem to suppress that turmoil. If the 5 Invincible Realm experts hadn't left Huading, East Island wouldn't have become so confident. If the general trend was still under the control of Zhongzhou State, the 5 superpowers in Changdao wouldn't have joined hands with East Island, and Zhongzhou State wouldn't have suffered such a serious loss. The combat capability of a top 5 Invincible Realm expert on the Divine List was too crucial. The master of Samsara Palace stood by and even disappeared suddenly, which directly led to the situation going completely out of control. And several supermasters of Samsara in Changdao also watched the whole battle coldly in the final battle. In the end, they even joined hands with the people of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. Such an obvious betrayal. No matter how happy the cooperation between the two sides was before, it couldn't be salvaged. It was not hard to imagine Zhongzhou State's attitude towards Samsara Palace. Li Tianlan thought of something and asked directly, "What about Zhongzhou State? What's Zhongzhou State's attitude towards Samsara Palace?" He looked at Zhuang Huayang with calm eyes, but there was a looming sharpness behind the calmness. Kill. Zhuang Huayang looked into Li Tianlan's eyes without flinching, as if he wanted to see his heart. Zhongzhou State has reached a resolution at the last high-level meeting to completely list Samsara Palace as a hostile force of Zhongzhou State. Kunlun City has launched a hunting order against the 12 supermasters of Samsara Palace, Qin Weibai, and all the people of Samsara Palace, and has been issued to all the special warfare agencies inside and outside Zhongzhou State. This hunting order will also be issued to the mission systems of the Sky Academy and the Deep Sea Academy in the near future. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Tribulation, with a pale face, looked down at the ground under his feet as if he had fallen asleep. Zhuang Huayang looked at Li Tianlan, looking a little nervous. He wasn't afraid of anything, but the nervousness mixed with worry and love. Everyone felt sorry for Li Tianlan's death, but they couldn't say anything. But now Li Tianlan was alive. With his entanglement with Samsara Palace, what would he think of Zhongzhou State's attitude towards Samsara Palace? Li Tianlan's foundation was now completely ruined, but he still had unlimited potential. It sounded like a tragedy to recultivate twice, but once Li Tianlan was allowed to rise again in this case, his achievements would be completely limitless. Zhuang Huayang really didn't want such a genius to part ways with Zhongzhou State. But even heroes had a weakness for beauties. Li Tianlan was not a hero. Qin Weibai was not an ordinary beauty either. Tianlan, Zhongzhou State's loss this time is too heavy. What Samsara Palace did this time directly hurt the vitality of Zhongzhou State's special warfare system. Whether from a face or a practical point of view, we can only be enemies with Samsara Palace. We won't stop until one of us is dead, and there's no turning back. Zhuang Huayang's voice was getting lower and lower. He looked at Li Tianlan, and his tone seemed to be both comforting and warning. Li Tianlan still didn't speak. Zhuang Huayang became more and more uneasy. In fact, Samsara Palace's betrayal this time also brought considerable trouble to the academics. Because in the past few years, the cooperation between Zhongzhou State and Samsara Palace had always been secretly led by the academics. Samsara Palace's betrayal had a great impact on the reputation of the entire academics, especially President Li Huacheng of Zhongzhou State, who was extremely embarrassed and passive in this incident. When Kunlun City was the first to propose revenge against Samsara Palace, in order to reverse the passive situation, the academics was the first to express support. Then the Southeast group seconded, the Prince group seconded, the North group had no opinion, and even the Giant group acquiesced to the result of this matter. But now, Li Tianlan was alive. The problem suddenly became a little complicated. Everyone knew the deep love between Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai. But now Li Tianlan was the young governor of Sai City. After Samsara Palace parted ways with Zhongzhou State, the academics, which was not strong in the special warfare system, paid more attention to the cooperation with Sai City. If Li Tianlan's attitude towards Samsara Palace could not be consistent with that of Zhongzhou State, the relationship between the academics and Sai City would immediately become subtle. Zhuang Huayang suddenly thought of something and said casually, Tianlan, when Zhongzhou State decided to pursue and retaliate against Samsara Palace, the leading cadre also asked for Senior Li's opinion, and Senior Li seemed to support it. After all, Li Honghe was the former war god of Zhongzhou State, and this time he made a great contribution at the border. It was completely reasonable to ask for his opinion. Zhuang Huayang mentioned Li Honghe. It also vaguely reminded Li Tianlan not to forget the Li family and his origin. Li Tianlan glanced at Zhuang Huayang, an indifferent and calm look. Zhuang Huayang felt cold all over his body for no reason. What's Zhongzhou State's attitude toward me? Li Tianlan asked. There seemed to be a storm gathering between his calm eyebrows, which was so oppressive that people could not breathe. You're the young governor of Sai City. You're the heavenly son of Zhongzhou State. Zhongzhou State is satisfied with you. If you hadn't turned the tide at the last minute, the situation would have been worse this time. Even Sword Emperor Wang Tianzong would have been in danger. You've made a contribution to Zhongzhou State. Everyone is very happy that you can come back. Zhuang Huayang said without hesitation. He said a lot, but in fact, it sounded like he didn't say anything. This was not bullshit. This was the legendary official tone. Li Tianlan smiled, full of sarcasm. What I said is true. Zhuang Huayang braced himself, but his smile was a little bitter. It's no exaggeration to describe your contribution this time. The Academy gave the East Emperor Palace a one-time reward of 100,000 credits. At present, Zhongzhou State is studying the level of the East Emperor Palace. It's very likely to completely cancel the level of the East Emperor Palace and let you develop freely. That is to say, if there is no accident, as long as you want, you can graduate from the Sky Academy in advance. Oh, no accident? Li Tianlan asked. Zhuang Huayang spread his hands, and his expression became more and more helpless. Obviously, He knew that there must be an accident in this matter. If Li Tianlan died, there would be no accident. But now Li Tianlan was alive. Neither the Wang family of Beihai nor Kunlun City could let Li Tianlan have a force that could develop freely now, nor could they let him graduate in advance. There are two more things, Li Tianlan said calmly. Zhongzhou State retaliated against the Samsara Palace, which could definitely be regarded as a major event in the special warfare system. But what were the other two things? Well, tribulation broke through the invincible realm. Leading cadre thinks it's time for Sai City to take more responsibility. More responsibility meant more power. If Sai City, which had two invincible realm experts, still defended Mount Tai by, as usual, it was indeed a little inappropriate. But Li Tianlan didn't think it had much to do with him. He was now the young governor, not the governor. What was the use of discussing with him about the overall road and future planning of Sai City? I don't seem to be in charge of this kind of thing, do I? Li Tianlan asked directly. But you're in the Sky Academy, Zhuang Huayang said with a smile. Li Tianlan froze for a moment and then understood. He was in the Sky Academy. Then Tribulation couldn't leave here. After he killed evil, Tribulation would become the only assassin of the invincible realm in the Dark World. So his current position was undoubtedly a waste of talent. Zhuang Huayang talked to him about this matter, essentially to test his plan. He had 100,000 credits in hand, and the next 3 years of absenteeism would not deduct 1/10 of it. If he had other plans and didn't intend to continue to attend classes, it would be meaningless for Tribulation to stay here. The academics was now cooperating with Sai City. From the perspective of the academics, it was in their best interest for Tribulation to leave the Sky Academy for a more important position. Zhuang Huayang should have been talking to Tribulation about this before, but his martial uncle seemed to have known that he would come back, so he had not made a clear statement. Understanding this, Li Tianlan nodded without hesitation and said, "If I can't graduate in advance, I'll ask for a long vacation." Zhuang Huayang nodded and said calmly, "I'll personally approve your leave." The third thing? Li Tianlan asked again. The third thing is the battle for the position of General of 9 Regions, Spirit Tortoise. Zhuang Huayang rubbed his temples, as if he had a headache. There are only a few candidates at present, and there is a big debate. Jiang Shan has now resigned from his position in the Terracotta Army. The new Spirit Tortoise has demands in all aspects. Since you're here, I can ask for your opinion. It has something to do with me? Li Tianlan looked at Zhuang Huayang, a little surprised. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Spirit Tortoise. The most neutral general of 4 spirits in Zhongzhou State controlled the most mysterious Terracotta Army in Zhongzhou State. He already knew that Jiang Shan, the general of 9 regions with the code named Spirit Tortoise, was going to retire when he was in Changdao, and he also knew the candidates for this position: Wang Xingxiao, Guhan Han, and Jiang Shangyu. The 4 leaders inside the Terracotta Army had obviously entered the rhythm of replacing the old with the new. Finding a relatively young person to join their leadership team was conducive to the smooth transition of the Terracotta Army in the future. But Li Tianlan didn't think he could intervene in this matter. If his strength was still there, he could compete with the 3 candidates. But now, his foundation was completely destroyed, and he had to start from scratch. How could he make any waves? The position of Spirit Tortoise. Was this part of the greater responsibility that Sai City had to bear? It has something to do with the people around you. Zhuang Huayang shook his head. He was silent for a while and said softly, "At present, the 2 most competitive people have something to do with you. One is Li Wangsheng, and the other is Su Chu. If there is no accident, the new Spirit Tortoise will be produced between these 2 people. Who do you prefer?" Li Wangsheng. Su Chu. This was definitely an unexpected answer. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes. Wang Shengxiao and Guhan's Han, Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai will have more important goals in the near future. They will give up the competition for Spirit Tortoise. The position of Spirit Tortoise is a bargaining chip for them to win the support of the academics. Zhuang Huayang said. Li Tianlan stood up and walked out of the window. Outside the window, It was already night. The night was dark. Li Tianlan looked at the darkness outside the window. After a long time, he nodded and said, "I see." He didn't ask about the so-called goals of Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai, nor did he express his position. He just simply said, "I see." This was his attitude. No attitude was also an attitude. Don't you want to know what Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai are planning? The future of their cooperation this time is uncertain. But if the news of your resurrection gets out, it will promote their cooperation faster. I'm tired. Li Tianlan interrupted Zhuang Huayang. "I don't want to think about these problems now." Zhuang Huayang opened his mouth and suddenly felt that he had nothing to say. Bang! The door of the office was violently pushed open from the outside. The three of them turned their heads at the same time. In their sight, Wang Yuedong, the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai, stood outside the door. She seemed to come in a hurry. When she appeared outside the door, her long hair was a little messy and her breathing was a little rapid. Li Tianlan was stunned where he was. Wang Yuedong also looked at Li Tianlan in a daze. She tried to open her eyes wide to look at the man in front of her. All kinds of intense emotions kept changing in her eyes. Surprise, confusion, uneasiness, and trance. Her vision began to blur. Her eyes were full of dense water vapor. "Senior brother Tianlan," Wang Yuetong called out weakly and slowly walked to Li Tianlan, as if she couldn't believe it was true. "Long time no see." Li Tianlan smiled dryly. Wang Yuetong hesitated and reached out her hand. Finally, she threw herself into Li Tianlan's arms and hugged him tightly. Her delicate body trembled. A warm and fragrant body fell into his arms. It was very familiar, but not the feeling he wanted. Or rather, not what he wanted most. His body stiffened. Wang Yuedong felt this change, and her heart suddenly ached. Chapter 269. Hanyu Palace was still Hanyu Palace. However, few people knew that this exquisite and luxurious palace built in Huading by the Jiang family of South America had changed owners. Now, it had become the headquarters of East Emperor Palace. This was the headquarters that Qin Weibai had seized from the Jiang family of South America and given to Li Tianlan. Ironically, although Li Tianlan knew the existence of this place, he had never been here before he came back from Changdao. What was even more ridiculous was that the woman who gave him this place had nothing to do with him anymore. Li Tianlan did not laugh. It had been nearly a week since he reappeared in the sight of everyone in Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan had been living here, but he had not laughed once. The news that he was still alive had spread all over Zhongzhou State in a few days. The special warfare system of Zhongzhou State had also become noisy and lively, especially in the two special warfare academies, the Sky Academy and the Deep Sea Academy, which caused an uproar. But the East Emperor Palace was extremely calm. Yu Donglai was still in charge of the headquarters of the East Emperor Palace. On the day Li Tianlan came back, after the initial surprise and excitement, the people of the East Emperor Palace just gathered together for a drink. The turbulent general trend and the bizarre resurrection seemed to be over. As Yu Donglai said, everything was not important. The most important thing was to be alive. After the Battle of Changdao, the East Emperor Palace had formed a very close team. After the test of life and death, they had a tacit understanding. Li Beitian, Ning Qiancheng, Su Chu, Du Hanin, Yu Qingyan, Yi Huayu, and Li Tianlan. Among the seven, 5 of them were among the top 10 experts of the young generation. Such a luxurious team meant that the East Emperor Palace would have amazing potential and explosive power in the future. Everyone could be sure that if the East Emperor Palace did not disband, it would become a real behemoth in the special warfare system of the empire in 10 years at most. Its future was limitless. This was the most eye-catching young organization. No one denied their future achievements. What they needed most now was growth. Only cultivation could grow. The young people of the East Emperor Palace knew what they needed to do most. The East Emperor Palace, which already had 100,000 credits, needed the most powerful strength to support it no matter what happened in the future. So everyone was cultivating and even gave up part of the courses of the Sky Academy. except for Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan did not cultivate. It was the 6th day since he came back from the Sky Academy. He seldom spoke or moved. There was an artificial lake built around the main building in the East Emperor Palace. The lake was clear and surrounded by green grass. It became Li Tianlan's favorite place. During the day, he would sit there and watch the lake. At night, he would sit there and look at the starry sky. The lake water was clear. The starry sky was vast. Everything was beautiful. But Li Tianlan became quieter and quieter. That amazing and perfect demeanor after his resurrection began to fade away. His entire person became more and more ordinary. In such a state, he seemed to have completely given up on martial arts and all his fighting spirit. There was only silence left in him. It was quiet day after day. However, the whole Zhongzhou state became turbulent because of the news that Li Tianlan was still alive. Yu Donglai, who had been silent for several days, looked at Li Tianlan, who was getting quieter and quieter. Finally, he could not help but ask the question in his heart. What the hell are you thinking about? When Yu Donglai asked this question, it was already night in Huading. The starlight in early autumn was the most flourishing. The sky was full of starlight, the gentle lake water, and the main building, which was mostly made of glass, were all emitting a faint light. There was no light in the East Emperor Palace. There was only starlight around. Li Tianlan sat quietly on the grass, feeling the starlight and the running water. He seemed to be immersed in this inextricable rhythm. Yu Donglai interrupted his enjoyment. His voice was a little cold, angry, and disappointed. I'm not thinking about anything. Li Tianlan glanced at Yu Donglai and whispered, It's good to be in a daze like this. That's the best. You don't even think about the Li family? Yu Donglai sneered. His old eyes narrowed, and there was a sharp light in his pupils. This is your East Emperor Palace, your foundation. Li Beitian and Ning Qiansheng are all fighting desperately. What have you been doing these days? I don't see any fighting spirit in you. Why? Do you want to give up after your foundation is ruined? He took a step forward and looked at Li Tianlan condescendingly. If you're really like this, what's the point of us staying here? It's meaningful, Li Tianlan said indifferently. You're in a daze like this, and you're too lazy to move every day. Is that meaningful? Yu Donglai's face was full of sarcasm. He couldn't be blamed for losing his composure. As one of the sacred guards who followed Li Honghe, the old man had indescribable feelings for the Li family. His children were also buried in the desolate border because of Li Kuang-tu's treason case. For many years, Yu Donglai had suppressed too many emotions in his heart. When he gradually became numb to these emotions, Li Tianlan, who had the wind and thunder veins, appeared in his life. Yu Donglai now regarded Li Tianlan as all his hope. He hoped to see the Li family shine again in Li Tianlan's hands. He hoped to see Li Tianlan avenge his children who were buried in the desolate border. But what he saw now was Li Tianlan's decadence. Every year, he sat by the lake, half dead. What was that? It's meaningful to be in a daze. Li Tianlan said softly. His tone was soft and firm. Don't worry, Senior Yu. I know what I'm doing. Yu Donglai frowned. In the past few days, Li Tianlan's state had made him extremely uneasy. He simply sat down beside Li Tianlan and said in a low voice, What's your plan? I'm hesitant. I'm trying to find a path that suits me. Li Tianlan's tone was calm. The world is quiet. Yu Donglai looked at Li Tianlan in astonishment. What do you mean? We can hear voices, the sound of flowing water, all kinds of music, explosions, collisions. We can hear these just because our position is too low. If we stand on a high place and look down from a very high position, the surging sea and the shaking rivers and mountains are all quiet. This is the essence of the world. Li Tianlan's voice became more and more light. Yu Donglai's expression gradually became serious. He looked at Li Tianlan and waited for him to continue. But what if it's higher? Li Tianlan sat there quietly. His voice was very calm, but Yu Donglai clearly felt a kind of fanaticism. We stand on a very high place and look at the mountains and seas. They're all quiet. What if it's higher? Higher and higher. No matter how vast the mountains and seas are, they will eventually become nothingness. So above the quiet, there is nothingness. What the hell are you talking about? Yu Donglai had a headache. Let's talk about my martial arts. For the first time in a few days, Li Tianlan smiled without any emotion. After the Battle of Changdao, I directly entered the invincible realm. At that time, I stood at a very high place in martial arts. So whether it was the ice, the raging fire, or the thunderbolt, they were all quiet in my eyes. There were pictures that were so quiet that they were almost frozen. Those pictures were like paper. When I used my sword, no matter if they were in the thunder-shocking realm or the chi-controlling realm, they were all non-entities. Then I saw the fight between Deity and Wang Tianzong. From the beginning to the end, the two of them didn't show their real bodies. It was just two sword-intense fighting. What was more ridiculous was that no one could see through them from the beginning to the end. Even at that time, there was a considerable gap between me and the two of them. Li Tianlan said quietly. His eyes were firm and clear. So at that time, I understood that the quiet was not the ultimate of martial arts. Above the quiet, to the highest position, everything will become nothingness. The light and the shadow of the sword, the light and the darkness, are all nothingness. This was the real road of the heavenly sun. But there was a trace of hesitation and confusion in Li Tianlan's eyes. But if everything is nothingness, then what are the four realms of martial arts? What are they? Yu Donglai didn't notice Li Tianlan's tone and asked subconsciously. I'm thinking about it too. Li Tianlan said softly. When I figure it out, I can really start over. Yu Donglai smiled bitterly. He finally understood Li Tianlan's problem. It was not the disheartedness after his foundation was completely destroyed, but his doubts about the current martial arts concept. If the high point of martial arts was nothingness, then what were the four realms of martial arts? No matter what it would not be the four realms of martial arts. Li Tianlan was the heavenly son of Zhongzhou State, and he had seen the high point of martial arts. Now he began to doubt the four realms of martial arts, which could only mean one thing. The road of the four realms of martial arts could not reach the end he saw. Was the end he saw the nothingness he saw wrong, or the current four realms of martial arts was wrong? Yu Donglai sighed deeply. He used to be at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, which was far from the level where he saw the world as a quiet place. He couldn't help Li Tianlan with such a problem. A phone suddenly rang. Yu Donglai took out his mobile phone and answered the phone, saying hello. The person on the other end of the phone said something. Yu Donglai looked at Li Tianlan with a puzzled face. It's the phone of the security room at the door. Who is Li Wangsheng? Looking for you? Li Tianlan was stunned, and then said, It's my brother. Let him in. Yu Donglai nodded, said something to the phone, and then put away his mobile phone. The security room was a temporary facility of East Emperor Palace. During the months when Li Tianlan was in Changdao, Wang Yuetong took care of everything here. The Jiang family of South America handed Hanyu Palace over to Qin Weibai, and Qin Weibai handed it over to Li Tianlan. Neither of them would leave anything or arrange anything in terms of security. Wang Yuetong hired a group of security guards and temporarily placed them at the door. In addition, a large area of East Emperor Palace was being renovated. The training ground, shooting range, and leisure area had begun to take shape. Wang Yuetong obviously wanted to leave some traces of herself here. Yu Donglai saw all her actions, but he didn't say anything. Li Wangsheng. This name is a bit familiar. Yu Donglai repeated it a few times and suddenly said, Now he is the close guard of the president. Li Tianlan remembered the words of his grandfather and headmaster Zhuang Huayang and said casually, He is also one of the candidates for Spirit Tortoise in Zhongzhou State. Grandpa recommended him to the president when he went to the border some time ago. Yu Donglai nodded knowingly. His eyes were a little complicated and sad. Li Hongma's battle at the border was not a secret at all. Yu Donglai also got the news from different channels. He was silent for a while, and then whispered, His Highness is now in Lonely Mountain in Lin, and Li Tianlan nodded. Is there any special reaction from Zhongzhou State? No reaction. Yu Donglai's tone was solemn and depressed. No reaction didn't mean there was no special reaction. On the contrary, no reaction was the most special. The Li family would only live for itself in the future. Li Honghe took the remnants of the Li family out of the border blatantly, went to Lin and occupied Lonely Mountain by the West Lake in a domineering and almost unreasonable way. Zhongzhou State had no reaction to this. Whether it was Kunlun City, the Wang family of Beihai, or the Prince Group, they didn't say much, as if they didn't know about this at all. Li Tianlan was silent, and the whole person seemed to be quieter. A military off-road vehicle drove in from the direction of the gate of East Emperor Palace. The vehicle stopped near Li Tianlan, and the door opened. In the night, a young man who looked 24 or 25 years old got out of the car with a suitcase. A very honest young man. This was Yu Donglai's first impression. The young man was not tall, and his appearance was ordinary. He looked a little dull. He walked to Li Tianlan, and his eyes were full of joy. He heard the news that Li Tianlan died in Changdao, and he heard the news that Li Tianlan came back to life. He was excited and surprised. Now, standing in front of Li Tianlan, the young man scratched his head, and a very sincere and shy smile appeared on his dull face. He whispered, "Young master, sit down." Li Tianlan smiled and patted the grass beside him. The young man seemed to be not good at talking, and he sat down beside Li Tianlan honestly. "This is Li Wangsheng, Aunt Qingye's son." Li Tianlan simply introduced. "This is Senior Yu Donglai, Grandpa's close guard." Li Wangsheng scratched his head again, and his dull face was a little reserved. "Greetings, Senior Yu. Qingye's son." Yu Donglai looked a little emotional. Qingye of the Li family was one of the most outstanding women in the young generation of the Li family. Yu Donglai even served as Qingye's immediate superior for a while. But now, in the blink of an eye, the son of the young generation at that time had grown up. Yu Donglai nodded with a smile and said nothing more. "What's in the suitcase?" Li Tianlan looked at the suitcase in Li Wangxing's hand. "Fragments." Li Wangxing's tone was simple and serious. He hesitated, opened the suitcase, and sent it to Li Tianlan. Starlight and moonlight shrouded the lightless East Emperor Palace. In the faint light, some broken silver metal pieces in the suitcase were emitting a dim, almost imperceptible light. Fragments of the infinite sky? Li Tianlan was silent for a while and asked softly. Yu Donglai's face suddenly changed. The murderous weapon, infinite sky. The murderous weapon of the Li family that was smashed at the border with the treason case 19 years ago. His Highness had been at the border for many years, but he only found these fragments? Yes. Li Wangsheng scratched his head. When I came out, so many things hadn't happened yet. At that time, Grandpa Li asked me to give this to you. He asked you to have a chance to give these to the Dongcheng clan. He said that the Dongxing clan could be completely trusted. Li Tianlan was silent for a long time before he closed the suitcase in his hand. Li Wangxing looked at him, his eyes very focused. From childhood to adulthood, Li Tianlan and he had a very good friendship, but they didn't communicate much with each other. Li Wangxing was not good with words, and Li Tianlan was not a talkative person. Most of the friendship between the two was built by learning from each other along the way. Li Wangxing was no match for Li Tianlan, but he was the only young man in the Li family who could keep up with Li Tianlan's pace. Even when Li Tianlan was at his peak, he didn't leave Li Wangxing too far behind. Such a figure, when Wang Shengxiao, Gu Hanzhan, and Jiang Shangyu withdrew from the Battle of Spirit Tortoise, Li Wangxing was definitely the most suitable candidate for Spirit Tortoise in Zhongzhou State. And perhaps in the eyes of the academics, Li Wangsheng was more suitable than Su Chu. What specific arrangements does the president have for you? Li Tianlan patted the suitcase beside him and looked at Li Wangsh. Terracotta Army. Li Wangsheng was silent for a while before he replied in a muffled voice. Li Tianlan nodded and said, "Good position. I'll listen to you, young master." Li Wangxing smiled and said in a sincere tone. Li Tianlan said yes, put the suitcase beside him, and said with a smile, "Go to rest and leave tomorrow morning." "No, young master." Li Wangsheng hesitated and shook his head. "I have to rush back to Yuzhou overnight. The president has been under a lot of pressure recently. He often has meetings, and there are foreign affairs activities tomorrow. I have to be there." Li Tianlan said yes. Okay. In the night, Li Wangsheng stood up, and his dull face seemed to be a little hesitant. He didn't hesitate to tell Li Tianlan anything, but he didn't have clear information, and he was afraid to say it now to mislead the young master. But after hesitating, he still said, "Young master, be careful recently. It is said that the Wang family of Beihai in Kunlun City are very close, and you, well, be careful." Li Tianlan lowered his head. In the darkness, his eyes were deep and silent, bottomless. "Got it," he said. "It's okay." Li Wangxing took a deep look at him, nodded, and turned to get in the car and left. Until the car went far away, Yu Donglai frowned. "I seem to have heard some rumors recently. The Wang family of Beihai in Kunlun City are getting closer and closer. They seem to want to change the pattern of the special warfare system together. Even if they don't aim at you, I'm afraid you will become the main factor. Grandpa is still here." Li Tianlan said faintly. "They dare not act rashly. They definitely don't dare to attack you directly, but if they join hands to change the situation and squeeze your living space in the future, what can His Highness say?" Yu Donglai smiled bitterly. "It's okay," Li Tianlan said calmly. "These shouldn't be my concerns now. Now I'm a useless person. What can I do? Let the outside world go. The most important thing now is to see my future path clearly." Only watch himself, not the world. Li Honghe was still there, so he didn't need to worry about the Li family. Tribulation had broken through to the invincible realm, so he didn't need to worry about Sai City. Samsara Palace. Li Tianlan's face turned pale. How could he worry about Qin Weibai, who had nothing to do with him? Li Tianlan closed his eyes, feeling the tearing pain and anger in his chest. After a long time, he took a deep breath, and his eyes became quiet again. Yu Donglai had gotten up and left at some point. Li Tianlan sat quietly alone, with only the gentle lake water and the bright starlight in front of him. Suddenly, the wind blew. The crisp sound of bells could be heard in the wind. Wang Yuedong walked over in the night, wearing a simple white t-shirt, jeans, canvas shoes, and a ponytail. She looked extremely youthful. She was holding the golden retriever she gave to Li Tianlan. The golden retriever had grown up a lot in a few months. The bell tied around its neck jingled in the night wind. "Senior brother." Wang Yuetong walked to Li Tianlan, her voice sweet and gentle, like the night wind. "You've been sitting for a day. Go and have a rest." She squatted down beside Li Tianlan and said softly, "I'm not tired." Li Tianlan looked at Wang Yuetong and said softly, "Go to sleep first." The young man and woman, who had been close enough to sleep in the same bed, still looked close these days. But as Li Tianlan became quieter and quieter, there seemed to be a clear estrangement between them. Wang Yuetong didn't know what was going on. She only felt wronged. Li Tianlan, on the other hand, was confused. "I'll stay here with you." Wang Yuetong forced a smile and said softly, "No need." Li Tianlan looked at the lake water in front of him and said softly, "I'll be alone." The night wind blew the hair in front of Wang Yuetong's forehead. Her face was a little pale, and her eyes were sad. "Then, I'll let the baby stay with you." She lowered her head and looked at the golden retriever in her hand. The golden retriever whimpered and laid down beside Li Tianlan, its tail gently sweeping Wang Yuetong's calf. "Okay." Li Tianlan nodded with a smile. Wang Yuetong was silent for a while, looked at Li Tianlan seriously, and finally turned to leave. Her figure was enchanting and beautiful, but she looked a little absent-minded. The phone rang suddenly. Wang Yuedong took out her mobile phone and looked at the number. Her face suddenly changed, and she didn't dare to answer it for a while. The phone rang calmly and patiently. Wang Yuetong's face was pale, and her fingers began to tremble. She hesitated to answer the phone, put it to her ear, and didn't dare to speak for a while. "Yuedong." A gentle and calm male voice sounded on the phone. Wang Yuedong looked more and more panicked, and even cried miserably, "Dad." Wang Tianzong, the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State, who had let his daughter stay with Li Tianlan, finally called Wang Yuedong's mobile phone. "Go home," Wang Tianzong said indifferently. You're not fit to stay in Huading anymore. Do you want me to pick you up in person? Wang Yuetong bit her lip and stubbornly refused to make sound. She turned her head and looked at the night when she came. The night was gentle. Li Tianlan still sat there quietly. The golden retriever lay beside him, gently wagging its tail. Chapter 270. The shock caused by Li Tianlan's return to Zhongzhou State had not subsided. Instead, as time went by, the atmosphere in the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State became more and more tense. All the topics about Li Tianlan began to become more and more popular. With his return, the whole Zhongzhou State had a sign of the coming storm. All this was not because of Li Tianlan's strength or even his talent. It was because of his identity. Just because of his identity. He was the heir of the Li family and the grandson of Li Honghe. This identity was like a mirror. Standing in Zhongzhou State, he could clearly reflect the foundation of Kunlun City, the doubts of the treason case, the meaning of the silence of the Wang family of Beihai, and the firm position of Sai City over the years. This was a very embarrassing thing. Kunlun City didn't want to see Li Tianlan because they stepped on the wreckage of the Li family to climb to their current position. Anyone of the Li family would be instinctively regarded as a threat. The Wang family of Beihai didn't want to see Li Tianlan either, because their silence, no matter right or wrong, had proved the correctness of their silence over the years. More than 20 years ago, the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family jointly supported the southeast group of the empire. Now, the Wang family of Beihai was supreme in the southeast group. So Li Tianlan's appearance was also a threat to the Wang family of Beihai. But now Li Tianlan was famous in the dark world, and he was the young governor of Sai City. If he died in Changdao, that would be the perfect ending. But he didn't die now. After his miraculous resurrection, his identity suddenly pushed the Wang family of Beihai and Sai City into a situation where no one was willing to act rashly. So the Li family only lived for itself. Li Tianlan was also the young governor of Sai City. The most important thing was that Li Tianlan had become the hero of the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State. The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City were ready to move, but they didn't. Li Tianlan didn't move either. So the atmosphere in the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State became more and more tense. For the time being, not many people knew Li Tianlan's current state. People's impression of him always stayed at the last moment of the final battle of Changdao. In that state, Li Tianlan controlled the resources of Sai City and the remaining light of the Li family. Although he was still far behind Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai, at least he had the power to fight. Everyone was waiting for Li Tianlan's move. As soon as he made a move, the greatest upheaval in the imperial special warfare system in the past 20 years would begin. Li Tianlan was moving. The so-called movement was nothing more than that he didn't sit by the lake, but wandered around the East Emperor Palace casually. Now the East Emperor Palace, which still had the sign of Hanyu Palace, was not large. It covered an area of nearly 200 acres, but it was exquisite everywhere. Flowers, trees, pavilions, terraces, and towers were in picturesque disorder. Li Tianlan walked in it all day, and the change of his whole person became more and more obvious. Everyone could feel this change. Li Tianlan became more and more ordinary. The calmness that calmed people's hearts began to disappear from him. Dressed in white, he walked among the flowers and plants, but he floated like a speck of dust. He was so small and silent that everyone almost completely ignored him. His temperament became more and more illusory every day. He stood there and could be seen by everyone, but people just couldn't focus on him. Illusory. Li Tianlan was still thinking and trying. He didn't know whether his change was good or bad, but he was sure that as long as there was a change, it was always good. It had been half a month since he came back from the Sky Academy. Li Tianlan's physical state didn't improve at all. There were more and more paths in front of him, so many that he didn't know which one was right. Thinking, testing, and choosing, his heart was still calm, and he didn't seem to be anxious at all. Time passed slowly. The early autumn gradually passed. When a mid-autumn festival was approaching, Su Chu, who had been staying in the East Emperor Palace and only occasionally went to the Sky Academy to attend classes, found Li Tianlan and looked a little bashful. Li Tianlan's state of mind seemed to really become peaceful. Looking at Su Chu, who had a determined face in the past, he couldn't help laughing and joking. "Brother Su, what are you doing? Are you shy to say it? Your body shape has nothing to do with this word." Su Chu scratched his head. He was tall and majestic, standing in front of Li Tianlan, who was becoming more and more illusory. He looked like a giant. "Young master, Ampai wants to see you. She's on her way now." Su Chu hesitated and said in a deep voice, "Ampai?" Li Tianlan didn't respond for a while. Before he came back, the East Emperor Palace had an endless stream of visitors. But since he came back, all the visitors suddenly disappeared without a trace. This could also show how much Wei's appearance had brought to Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan didn't care about these. He just felt that it was good to be quiet. Now hearing such a title from Su Chu's mouth, he subconsciously felt a little confused. "Secretary by Qin Qian, it was Aunt Bai who asked me to come to young master," Su Chu said softly. Bai Qin Qian was the leader of Guangzhou province, an extraordinary woman in the political circle of Zhongzhou State, and also the backbone of the giant group of Zhongzhou State. The corner of Li Tianlan's mouth twitched. For him, the most important identity of Aunt Bai was the wife of Marshal Dongqing Wudi and the mother of Dongqing Rushi. Li Tianlan thought of the marriage contract that he had almost subconsciously forgotten and suddenly had a headache. But a headache was a headache. Since she was here, he couldn't ignore her. He looked at Su Chu and asked, "Where is she?" In the bleak autumn wind in the morning, he turned around and said slowly, "Come with me to pick her up. We're almost there." Su Chu followed Li Tianlan and said in a low voice, "When Aunt Bai called me, she was about 10 kilometers away from here." Li Tianlan nodded and walked to the door. "Where are you going, Tianlan?" Another voice rang out behind the two of them. Ning Qiancheng walked over. Compared with Su Chu, he was much more direct. "I just received a call from Marshal. Marshal wants to come over and sit down. He'll be here soon." Although there was more than one Marshal in Zhongzhou State, there was only one Marshal in Ning Qiancheng's mouth. Li Tianlan looked at Su Chu, who had a strange expression, and then at Ning Qiancheng. He couldn't help but ask, "Marshal came by himself?" "Yes," Ning Qiancheng said casually. "Marshal has a meeting in Yuzhou in the evening, so he came to Huading to see you in advance." Li Tianlan and Su Chu looked at each other. Dongqing Wudi, Bai Qin Qian. Why did this couple come at the same time? Did they make an appointment in advance? Li Tianlan thought of his marriage contract with Dongqing Rushi again and only felt great pressure. He waved his hand helplessly and said, "Let's go and welcome them together. Where's Senior Yu?" Grandpa and Qin Yin went out. Ning Qiancheng called him Grandpa, naturally. Now he slept with Yu Qin Yin in the same room under the eyes of Yu Donglai. The future of this young couple was completely determined. Li Tianlan nodded, squinted, and walked directly to the gate of East Emperor Palace. Bai Qin Qian, his future mother-in-law, who he had never contacted, came with unknown intentions. But the arrival of Dongqing Wudi was enough to make him realize something. It had been a month since he appeared in the Sky Academy. Although East Emperor Palace lived a life similar to isolation, the outside world was doomed to be restless. Now that Dongqing Wudi came here, some arguments in the outside world had basically come to a clear conclusion. Li Tianlan was expressionless. He knew very well that this result would not be good for him and the East Emperor Palace. "Did Marshal say anything on the phone?" Li Tianlan suddenly asked. "No." Ning Qiancheng walked beside him, shook his head, and said casually, "But I can guess it. It's mostly about your marriage with Rushi." "So Marshal and his secretary Bai came together?" Li Tianlan gave a wry smile. "Madam also came?" Ning Qiancheng looked surprised. Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qin Qian bumped into each other. Obviously, Ning Qiancheng did not know whether it was a coincidence or deliberate. "Tut tut, they're forcing you to take a stand. Tianlan, what are you going to do?" "I have no plan." Li Tianlan told the truth. Grandpa said that Dongqing clan could be trusted. But Li Tianlan did not know whether he should believe Dongxing Rushi or not. On the night when he and Dongxing Rushi performed a reconnaissance mission together in Changdao, the moment they were exposed, Li Tianlan wasn't sure whether Dongxing Rushi wanted to kill him or not. But he was sure that when everything in Changdao was about to end, the woman in white who pierced his heart with a sword also had a red crystal-clear dagger on her waist. She could not understand these things. If she could not understand, she would not think about it. If she did not think about it, she naturally had no plan. So for the couple who were about to come to East Emperor Palace, no matter where they were, Li Tianlan did not have much resistance in his heart, but he did not have many thoughts of welcoming them. The three came to the gate of East Emperor Palace in silence and looked at the smooth and clean road outside. It was quiet on the road. Occasionally, some yellowed leaves fell to the ground with the wind, making a slight sound. In front of the gate of East Emperor Palace, the security guards temporarily hired by Wang Yuedong from the labor market had begun to change shifts. Seeming to feel something, Li Tianlan instinctively turned his head. In his sight, two seemingly ordinary security guards took over the security guards on duty and walked into the duty room. One was tall, and the other was short, one fat and one thin. Seeming to notice Li Tianlan's gaze, the two nodded to Li Tianlan and showed a somewhat flattering smile. The slightly fat security guard even tilted his hat when he raised his hand to salute, which looked a little funny. Li Tianlan did not smile. His eyes suddenly became clear and deep, looking very strange. At this moment, his whole person seemed to have completely disappeared, leaving only a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. "What's wrong?" Ning Qianxing noticed Li Tianlan's movement and looked along his line of sight. He just saw the two security guards walk into the duty room. Ning Qianxing couldn't help laughing. "Yuedong is a fool. I have investigated these security guards. There are 12 of them, all of whom Yuedong brought from the labor market. Each of them bragged that they were retired from the special forces, and Yuedong really believed them. But in fact, among the 12 people, only one is a real veteran of the special forces, and one has military service experience in a third-rate force. The other 9 are ordinary people. I asked Talon to check their backgrounds in detail. These people are fine and have no bad records, so I didn't tell Yuedong and kept them all. Yuedong still doesn't know what's going on. If you think about it, you can understand. How can there be so many retired special forces soldiers in the labor market?" Li Tianlan gently raised the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gradually calmed down. "The labor market?" he asked softly. "Yes." Ning Qianxing nodded casually. He looked at Li Tianlan and suddenly frowned. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Li Tianlan smiled and didn't say anything. Problem? It was more than a problem. He entered the invincible realm in Changdao and came back to life in Zhongzhou State. Now his martial arts realm was almost zero, but after his nirvana rebirth, his perception was incredibly sharp. The two security guards on duty last night were indeed fine. But when the two who had just changed shifts came over, Li Tianlan instinctively felt a vague but strong sense of oppression. It was not hostility or killing intent, but a very natural sense of oppression. They hit it well. Li Tianlan even felt that if he stood in front of them before he went to Changdao, or even when he was in the thunder-shocking realm, he would hardly feel this sense of oppression. However, the acute senses he gained after he was reborn clearly reminded him of how strong the oppressive aura these two security guards gave off was. They were the security guards that Wang Yuedong had recruited from the labor market. But when did the whole dark world fall so low that even experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm had to work as security guards? And there were 2 of them at once? Who could afford such high-end security guards? Li Tianlan suddenly smiled. Chapter 271. Even if he was still in the invincible realm like when he was in Changdao, he would not really treat experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm as cabbages. Not to mention that Li Tianlan had started from scratch. There was a natural chasm between the thunder-shocking realm and the invincible realm. The peak of the thunder-shocking realm was basically the end of martial arts for most geniuses. Such a person would be a well-deserved high-level figure in any force. No matter how bad he would not come here to be a security guard. And there were only a few forces that could send two experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm and had connections with him. It might be the Jiang family of South America that had given up this place but still coveted it. It might also be the experts of the Wang family of Beihai who saw Wang Yuetong hiring security guards and deliberately sneaked in. It might be Sai City, which stood aloof from worldly affairs but cared about him very much. It might also be Kunlun City, which had always been vigilant and wanted to kill him. Or Li Qianlan's eyes suddenly became a little dim. He turned around again and looked at the empty and straight road in his sight. No matter which force these two experts belonged to, Li Tianlan did not feel any hostility from them. If there was no hostility, then it was not an emergency that needed to be solved now. A black Audi slowly drove over from the east of the road. "Young master, they're coming." Su Chu's simple and honest voice sounded. This first senior brother of Jade, Poole, looked at the car in the distance with undisguised kindness and respect in his eyes. Li Tianlan subconsciously stood up straight. He was not nervous, but he did feel a little uncomfortable. The car drove at a constant speed and finally stopped in front of Li Tianlan and the other two. A woman under 30 years old got out of the driver's seat. She was not beautiful, but she was a very elegant woman. The woman's dress was very neutral, and her every move showed extremely rigorous cultivation and style. Su Chu quickly walked over and nodded at the woman. The woman who was about to open the door glanced at Su Chu and stood there with a smile. Su Chu opened the door and scratched his head with the other hand. He looked tough and resolute, but now he showed a simple and honest smile without any scheming. "Aunt Bai," he called her softly. A woman who looked at most in her early 30s got out of the car, gently, and patted Su Chu's arm with a smile. She said with a chuckle, "How is it? Are you used to living here?" "Adapt." Su Chu smiled honestly with some uneasiness. "Young master is very kind to me, but I didn't help him. You are all still young." The woman said softly, "There's still a long way to go. I'll be of help one day." She turned her head and her eyes finally fell on Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan was also looking at her, the most brilliant woman in the political arena of Zhongzhou State in recent years. This was a woman who seemed to be born with a noble aura. She was graceful and luxurious. The kind of beauty could no longer be simply called beautiful, but a kind of beauty that made people feel awe. This was the first time Li Tianlan met Bai Qingqian. She was beautiful, elegant, dignified, noble, and calm. Her face had a beauty that didn't match her age. She was a little haggard, but she had a dignified air that came from being in a high position for a long time. Li Tianlan looked at her, lost in thought. He couldn't describe what he was feeling, but he instinctively felt that Aunt Bai, whom he had just met for the first time, was really familiar and kind. Because of familiarity and intimacy, everything about her was perfect. It was so perfect that he forgot to speak for a moment and just looked at her quietly. Time seemed to freeze in this morning. Li Tianlan looked at Bai Qingqian. Bai Qingqian stared at Li Tianlan. Her eyes trembled with intense emotions, gentle and sad. The sound of a car horn broke the frozen atmosphere. An off-road vehicle with a military license plate came to the gate of East Emperor Palace from another direction. The door opened, and Dongqing Wudi, who was wearing a marshal's uniform, got out of the car. He stood straight, strong, and iron-blooded. When he saw his wife, his face changed slightly, and then a bitter smile appeared on his clean face. Obviously, this collision was purely a coincidence, and the two didn't communicate with each other in advance. In fact, the two of them hadn't communicated with each other for a long time. Li Tianlan suddenly came to his senses. In his sight, the gaze was still gentle, so gentle that it made his heart tremble. Li Tianlan subconsciously looked away, avoiding Bai Qingqian, and looked at Dongqing Wudi, who was walking slowly over. He forced a smile and said hello. "Marshal, long time no see. Long time no see." Dongqing Wudi stood beside Bai Qingqian with a bitter smile. "This is your Aunt Bai. You haven't seen her before. What coincidence today." "Aunt Bai." Bai Qingqian looked at Dongqing Wudi's bitter smile, and her eyes were cold. "Aunt Bai." Li Tianlan's mouth moved, and he called her with some difficulty. He hadn't seen Secretary Bai before, but now standing in front of her, he instinctively wanted to get close to her, but he didn't dare to. Bai Qingqian's body trembled slightly. She struggled to smile and said softly, "I've always wanted to see you. How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Li Tianlan smiled, reached out to welcome the guest, and said with a smile, "Marshal, Secretary, let's go in and talk." He turned around in a panic and went straight into the gate. For Dongqing Wudi, Li Tianlan only had respect and gratitude in his heart. But for Bai Qingqian, who he met for the first time, he felt pressure. The pressure was so gentle, but made him so attached and panicked. Bai Qingqian looked at Li Tianlan's back quietly. She had 1,000 words in her heart, but she couldn't say a word. What could she say? She came here just to see. She could only see. Dongqing Wudi gave a dry cough and reached out to hold his wife's hand. Su Chu and Ning Qiansheng were still there. Her secretary was also here. Bai Qingqian didn't make any drastic movements, but gently but firmly broke her hand from Dongqing Wudi's. Her movements were naturally delicate, slow, and cold. Wang Yuedong already knew that there were visitors, so when Li Tianlan led them into the living room, Wang Yuetong, dressed in casual home clothes, had already begun to make tea. She had just gotten up, and her face was bare. She looked pure and sweet, and her golden retriever, which had grown up a lot, was circling around her feet, looking very happy. Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingqian had long known that Wang Yuedong was living with Li Tianlan. The former's expression was calm, but the latter's eyes became more and more complicated when she saw this scene. "Marshal, Secretary Bai, welcome." Seeing Li Tianlan and the others come in, Wang Yuetong stood up with a smile, walked naturally to Li Tianlan, and said softly. This was the standard hostess's posture. Wang Yuedong already knew about the engagement between Li Tianlan and Dongqing Rushi. Now, facing Dongqing Rushi's parents, she obviously wanted to defend something, or rather, protect something. So her posture was very natural, but because it was too natural, it looked a little stiff, especially her eyes. She seemed to be afraid that Li Tianlan would be angry, and her eyes were a little perturbed. She was the proudest little princess of the Wang family of Beihai. Dongqing Wudi smiled ambiguously and said, "Yuedong, how is your father?" In fact, he had just met Wang Tianzong at a high-level meeting a few days ago, but in the face of the younger generation, he really didn't know what to say, so he could only greet him dryly. "Not bad." Wang Yuetong smiled. Seeing that Li Tianlan wasn't angry, she was a little relieved and took the initiative to say, "Sit down. Tianlan hasn't had breakfast. I'll make it." She turned around and walked slowly to the kitchen. Ning Qiansheng hesitated for a moment and quietly pulled Su Chu away. Bai Qingqian's secretary quietly closed the door and stood outside the living room. For a moment, only Dongqing Wudi, his wife, and Li Tianlan were left in the living room, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward and stiff. "Marshal, since you are here today, there should be a result of those things outside, right?" Li Tianlan took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingqian and said with a smile. In fact, he didn't care about what happened outside, but there were some things that he had to take the initiative to say. As a junior, he shouldn't put on airs in any case. "It's settled." Dongqing Wudi held the teacup and said absent-mindedly, "Li Wangxing will enter the Terracotta Army and become the new spirit tortoise of Zhongzhou State. His military rank is temporarily Major General. When he grows up in the future, he will be the real general of 9 regions." Li Tianlan nodded. The reason why Spirit Tortoise of the Terracotta Army chose young people this time was to change the blood inside and cultivate the next generation of 4 spirit generals in advance. The military rank was not important, but the position was the most important. Sai City will also take action recently. Now that they have a second invincible realm expert, they must bear greater responsibility. Tribulation, Cool Breeze, Drifting Cloud, and Deep Dream should all have an official identity, but this matter can't be decided for the time being. If there is no accident, in the next year or 2, the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State will definitely change dramatically. Tianlan, this is not necessarily a good thing for you. Dongqing Wudi seemed to think of something and said in a dignified tone. This was the main purpose of his visit today. Gu Xingyun still hasn't given up? Does he want to improve the status of the special warfare system in Zhongzhou State? Bai Qingxian suddenly asked. How can he give up? The time was not right before, and he was just testing. Now the appearance of Tianlan and the Li family is equivalent to an opportunity. He can naturally join hands with the Wang family of Beihai, and with the support of the Prince Group, this time is almost perfect for him. What do you mean? Li Tianlan asked seriously. Dongqing Wudi looked at Li Tianlan, thought for a moment, and said, What Gu Xingyun means is to give the special warfare system more responsibilities and functions, and strengthen the constraints on some free forces in the special warfare system. He suggested that Zhongzhou State set up special warfare departments in different regions, such as the Southeast Special Warfare Department, which is responsible for the special affairs of Wuyue, Huuding, Jiangxia, and other provinces. The minister will participate in the meetings of the Zhongzhou State Decision-Making Committee. The appointment of subordinate units, such as the Wuyue Special Operations Bureau and the Huuding Special Operations Bureau, should be approved by Kunlun City and the Southeast Special Warfare Department. The head of the Special Operations Bureau at the provincial level will participate in the standing committee of a local province, lead the local free forces, and integrate all the dark forces among the people. Dongqing Wudi looked at Li Tianlan and said, Simply put, Gu Xingyun wants to turn the special warfare system into a real independent system. I don't know if you can understand it. Li Tianlan's brows were already tightly knitted together. He had thought that his survival would bring a huge storm to the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State, but he had never thought that the storm would be so exaggerated. The special warfare system of Zhongzhou State could also be said to be an independent system, but it was more nominal. For example, it shared materials and intelligence with the military. The military and other high-level officials also had a great say in some important personnel appointments. In the past countless years, the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State had always been very close to the military. Even now, although Gu Xingyun's position was very high, the whole special warfare system was more like an agency to deal with difficult matters for the military. Although it was independent, it was not independent. Instead, it had a great dependence on the military. Gu Xingyun's proposal this time, the establishment of the so-called Special Warfare Department, was just a beginning. This beginning would undoubtedly greatly strengthen the voice of the special warfare system in Zhongzhou State. With a greater voice, Kunlun City could take advantage of the situation to carry out various reforms, and finally completely turn the special warfare system into a system that could run parallel with the political circle and the military headquarters. In general, if this proposal was really passed by the high-level officials, the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State would become more standardized and rigorous in the future. The emergence of a more standardized and rigorous special warfare system had both advantages and disadvantages. But for Li Tianlan, once such a situation became a reality, it was almost equivalent to a fatal blow to his future. Chapter 272. Freedom, Concealment, and Efficiency. Wandering in the dark, ignoring rules, consequences, and morality, they created a favorable situation for the country in the most effective way. This was the main purpose of any country's special warfare system. Each country had its own special warfare system, so there was the dark world. As far as Zhongzhou State was concerned, the special warfare system was transcendent. But the root of this transcendent was the unfettered freedom of the special warfare system and their attitude of ignoring the law in many cases, rather than how powerful the special warfare system was. Unfettered freedom also meant chaos. No regime was willing to accept a privileged system that could be above the law and had a strong integrity. But a privileged system wandering in the dark, ignoring the law, but unable to speak the same voice, could find its own soil in any regime, because chaos and freedom also meant that it was easy to control and contain. Therefore, for hundreds of years, the position of the special warfare system in Zhongzhou State had been very subtle. The person standing on the commanding heights of this system was called the National War God and had a high status, but the whole system was always in a state of containment. The most obvious point was that the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State, whether it was Kunlun City or the major special operations bureaus, no matter their rank or power, at least on the surface, these institutions were subordinate to the Ministry of State Security or the General Staff Headquarters of Zhongzhou State. The former was a government department, and the latter was a military department. Special warfare system? How could ordinary people know what it was? Under such circumstances, the National War God of Zhongzhou State indeed had a high status, but the War God and the entire special warfare system were always separated by the two sensitive departments of the government and the General Staff Headquarters, which belonged to the Ministry of State Security and the General Staff Headquarters respectively. This kind of thing seemed small, but the impact was crucial. At least it meant that once there were some disturbing changes in the special warfare system, the government and the military could almost intervene in the internal affairs of the special warfare system through these two departments at any time. Concentrating the so-called glory and brilliance on the war god alone, and the entire special warfare system acted under the containment of the government and the military. This was the so-called balance that lasted for many years in Zhongzhou State. But now Gu Xingyin saw an opportunity. Li Honghe reappeared in Jianghu and occupied Lonely Mountain. The high-level officials were silent. Li Tianlan came back from the dead and was still called the Heavenly Son of Zhongzhou State. The high-level officials were still silent. Who could have thought that after the silence, when many people could not react, Kunlun City would directly set off such a huge storm with the Wang family of Beihai? Special warfare departments were set up in different areas. With the Southeast Special Warfare Department, there would naturally be the Southwest, Northwest, and Northeast. The person in charge of the Special Warfare Department entered the decision-making committee, and the subordinate Special Operations Bureau entered the local standing committee. In this way, the Imperial God of War, the Special Warfare Department, and the Special Operations Bureau, who stood at the highest point, would be directly connected. Naturally, the Ministry of State Security and the General Staff Department would be squeezed out, and the entire special warfare system would have a much more powerful voice overnight. And this was just the beginning. The establishment of the Special Warfare Department directly made up for the tragic gap between the peak and the base of the special warfare system. With the emergence of these departments, logistics, personnel, and other departments would also be improved. Once Gu Xingyin improved the entire special warfare system, his position in Zhongzhou State would become unshakable. This change was subtle and huge. At least for Li Tianlan's future, it could definitely be regarded as bad news. Kunlun City recognized his achievements in Changdao and his credits. But as soon as Gu Xingyun's suggestion came out, everything became meaningless. So what if he graduated early with 100,000 credits? Build my own force. It could be said to be a free force, but now it was under the direct leadership of Huading's Special Operations Bureau, or directly suppressed. Give up this opportunity to integrate into this system. Now the East Emperor Palace was organized at the divisional level. Even if it could be promoted 2 levels to the level of director, so what? Above the East Emperor Palace, there were institutions at the level of Deputy Governor, the Special Operations Bureau, the Special Warfare Department, and finally Kunlun City. Previously, the Special Warfare System was a mess. Being disorganized meant that it was easy for the higher-ups to manage, and it meant countless paths and opportunities for the grassroots, especially for young people with strength and potential like Li Tianlan. The special warfare system that valued strength instead of qualifications was the fastest way for them to rise. But once Gu Xingyin improved the system, everything in the special warfare system would have rules. If Li Tianlan wanted to go up, he would have to overturn the whole system. How difficult was it? It was like an ordinary soldier trying to overthrow the minister of the army headquarters, or an ordinary civil servant trying to overthrow the prime minister of Zhongzhou State. It was not only difficult, but also a joke. Gu Xingyin's plan was to establish a perfect system for the special warfare system. Li Tianlan felt a little bitter in his heart. No matter how proud he was, it was impossible for him to think that such a move was only aimed at him and the Li family. He and the Li family were at best an opportunity. Gu Xingyun used it casually and united with the Wang family of Beihai to form the current situation. Suppressing the Li family? That was only part of it. But in the final analysis, Gu Xingyun wanted to enhance his strength. The Wang family of Beihai, who also didn't want the Li family to reappear, had no reason to refuse Gu Xingyun's proposal. Their main sphere of influence was originally concentrated in the southeast, Yuzhou and Beihai province. No matter how great the changes in the special warfare system were, their strength would not be affected. On the contrary, the entire southeast group might gain a lot of benefits from this great change in game. Although the Prince group had a subtle relationship with the special warfare group in recent years, no matter how serious the differences between the two sides were, it was a private matter. In this case, they would definitely support Gu Xingyun. As for Sai City, if Gu Xingyun's plan really succeeded, Sai City would definitely be the minister of the Special Warfare Department in the Northeast. Their sphere of influence was in the Northeast, but it would also be firmly restricted in the Northeast. The benefits brought by Tribulation's breakthrough to the invincible realm would be limited. As for the academics, the corners of Li Tianlan's mouth twitched slightly. Bai Qingxian, who was deep in thought, also frowned and said, "The attitude of the academy." Halfway through her sentence, she stopped talking. The academics were now cooperating with Li Tianlan and Sai City, and they were the current leading group. Their attitude was indeed crucial. But Bai Qingxian, as the most outstanding woman in the political circle of Zhongzhou State, naturally wouldn't think of things so simply. So as soon as she spoke, she fell silent again. Those who cooperated were called allies. There's a subtle difference between allies and their own people, but sometimes it could be said to be like heaven and earth. The academics, who were alone in the special warfare system, attached great importance to Li Tianlan's future and Sai City's present. But from their standpoint, especially after they saw the Special Warfare Group and the Prince Group gradually drifting apart in recent years, they should realize something. Perhaps a powerful but faintly restricted Li Tianlan and Sai City was in the best interest of the academics. The reason was simple. It was easy to control. After all, the academics had no grudge against Kunlun City. They only wanted benefits. Sai City was the benefit they wanted, and Li Tianlan was a pawn in the future plan of the academics to continue to expand benefits. Li Tianlan would struggle and resist in the face of difficulties. In the process of his struggle and resistance, the academics would give appropriate support and slowly control Li Tianlan completely. As for the North Group, another large group in Zhongzhou State, it had gradually declined in recent years. They weren't struggling at death's door, but on this matter, they certainly wouldn't have a clear attitude. They would abstain or just go with the flow. So there was only the giant group left. Li Tianlan looked at Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingxian and narrowed his eyes. Vaguely, he seemed to understand why they came over. Li Tianlan calmed down and said with a smile, "Was there any discussion at the meeting about whether my East Emperor Palace and I can graduate in advance?" Gu Xingyan meant to wait. He acknowledged your meritorious service in Changdao, but the Sky Academy has just started. In the next 3 years, anything can happen, and there may be others who can surpass your current credits. So he thinks it's better to let you graduate 3 years later. Dongqing Wudi frowned and said, obviously, the previous high-level meeting was not pleasant for him. Li Tianlan nodded and was not surprised. Gu Xingyun delayed him for 3 years, which was the main means to deal with him. His plan was too big to be accomplished in one day. This was a change. Although it was the general trend, it also needed a little planning. 3 years seemed to be enough. Li Tianlan looked at the teacup on the tea table in silence. The tea in the teacup was smooth and crystal clear. His future path was gradually narrowing, but it didn't really become a dead end after all. There was still a chance. In an angle that Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingxian couldn't see, he narrowed his eyes, firm and calm. "Thank you, General." He looked up at Dongqing Wudi and said in a sincere tone, "I see." Dongqing Wudi looked at Li Tianlan. From his eyes, Dongcheng Wudi saw calmness and indifference, stubbornness and unyielding, but he didn't see confusion or sorrow. The corners of Dongcheng Wudi's mouth moved, and his face became a little awkward and weird. At this moment, the heart of the iron-blooded general, who had fought on the battlefield and been stained with blood countless times, seemed to be extremely complicated. He was silent for a minute or two before he said with a bitter smile, "What's your plan for the future, Tianlan? There's still a chance." Li Tianlan looked at Dongcheng Wudi with a smile. "There's still a few years. It doesn't matter if everything is settled. I will eventually re-enter the invincible realm. No one can stop what the Li family wants to do." His eyes seemed to be flowing with clear brilliance and shining brilliance. Gu Xingyun used the general trend to change the rules with his strength. Then he would tear the rules with his strength. All the suppression seemed desperate, but after all, it was because he was not strong enough. Li Tianlan really couldn't do anything about it. It was better to let it go than to be helpless. Let go. When he was strong enough, he would take back everything that he had let go of. "I know what you mean." Dongcheng Wudi took a deep look at Li Tianlan. "But you need help now? Sai City is limited to the northeast, and the academics have a subtle attitude. Only we can give you this help. Tianlan, come home with me. The old master has been talking about you recently. It's almost the Mid-Autumn Festival. Come back to Luojing with me. I'll pick up Senior Li and have a reunion dinner together. By the way, we can discuss your marriage with Rushi." He paused, looked at Li Tianlan, and said with deep eyes, "Kunlun City's action this time is really bold, but if you think about it carefully, it's just like that. Gu Xingyun can do nothing to you, but he can't do anything to me. The future of the special warfare system is difficult, so you come to the military to develop. After you and Rushi get married, the Dongqing clan will be yours, and the future giant group will also be yours. When you control the Border Control Corps one day, you won't be afraid of Kunlun City." Zhongzhou State was full of rich and powerful families. The giant group, a large but relatively free group, not limited to regions, was also a force that no one could ignore. If this force could fully support Li Tianlan could indeed directly enter the military. The Border Control Corps looked like a corps, but it was an elite army of nearly 600,000 soldiers, which was called a small military department. If Li Tianlan controlled the Border Control Corps, he could even face Kunlun City in the future without fear. "Thank you for your kindness, General." Li Tianlan looked at Dongcheng Wudi with a solemn and serious expression. "But I have my own plan, and Rushi is very good, but I don't plan to get married for the time being, so you have a damn plan?" Dongcheng Wudi suddenly frowned and interrupted Li Tianlan. His tone was a little rough, and he seemed to be unable to control his emotions. "In the end, you just don't want to marry Rushi? Tianlan, don't be too capricious. What's wrong with Rushi? What's wrong with coming to the military to develop? What the hell are you thinking?" Li Tianlan's expression stiffened, and then he looked at Dongcheng Wudi with a smile. His eyes were grateful, but he said no more. Going to the military to develop was indeed a good choice, but it was not the choice he wanted. Even if he could reach the top in the military in the future, so what? What the Li family lost was still in the hands of Gu Xingyun. The former glory and glory of the Li family were also trampled by Gu Xingyun. From the perspective of the highest level of Zhongzhou State, no one would allow the military and the special warfare system to have a life-and-death game in any case. Even if all these could be put down, don't forget who the current minister of the army headquarters was. General Qi Baitsong, the director of the decision-making committee and the nominal flag-bearer of the Special Warfare Group. If Dongcheng Wudi left the Border Control Corps, he was most likely to take over Qi Baitsong's position and become the real giant of Zhongzhou State. Because of this, the atmosphere between the Dongcheng clan and the Special Warfare Group was very delicate. If Li Tianlan entered the Dongcheng clan, it was tantamount to adding fuel to the delicate relationship between the two sides. In the military development, the other side also occupied the commanding heights. How could it be so smooth? Even if the Dongcheng clan could withstand everything, Li Tianlan's action was tantamount to directly dragging the Dongshang clan into the battlefield between the Li family and Kunlun City. Li Tianlan was not in the invincible realm. He was nothing now. He had nothing. He, who had to start from scratch, really couldn't afford the past of the Li family and the future of the Dongxing clan. Most importantly, on the day he went to Huading from Lin and got out of the Audi after saying goodbye to military counselor, Li Tianlan had already made up his mind that his life didn't need anyone to arrange it. Grandpa couldn't, the Dongxing clan couldn't, and she couldn't either. This was his pride, or perhaps it could be said that this was his obsession. Tianlan and Rushi are indeed a little young. It's reasonable to postpone the marriage. Bai Qingqian suddenly said. She looked at Li Tianlan and smiled very gently. If you don't want to go to the Dongshang clan, then don't. Tianlan, how about going home with me on the Mid-Autumn Festival? Li Tianlan was a little stunned. The home Bai Qingqian mentioned was naturally not the Dongxing clan, but the Bai family of Yuzhou. The Bai family of Yuzhou, whose status in the giant group of Zhongzhou state was no less than that of the Dongshang clan. Li Tianlan's mind was a little confused. He never expected that when he made it clear that he didn't want to think about marriage for the time being, this mother-in-law would take him back to the Bai family. This, Li Tianlan finally couldn't help but smile bitterly. Aunt Bai, it's really not convenient these days. If I have time in the future, I will definitely visit you. Bai Qingqian was silent for a while, then nodded slightly and said elegantly, okay. She didn't say more, just quietly looked at Li Tianlan, her eyes soft. It wasn't that she didn't want to say it, but that she couldn't. Bai Qingqian's eyes trembled a little. Li Tianlan subconsciously avoided her eyes and handed a box beside the sofa to Dongsheng Wudi. General, this is what my grandfather asked me to give to the Dongshang clan. Dongsheng Wudi took the box. He seemed to know what was in the box, so he just nodded and said, at present, the family is making a new weapon for you. It will take about 2 or 3 years. You can get it then. Li Tianlan nodded absent-mindedly. You really don't want to go back with me? Dongsheng Wudi asked again, unwillingly. Li Tianlan shook his head with a smile. Dongsheng Wudi hesitated and finally sighed with a bitter smile. Forget it, then I'll go back. Tianlan, if there's anything, call me at any time. As long as the Dongsheng clan can do it, we will spare no effort. The weight of these words was extremely heavy. Li Tianlan had to stand up, bowed slightly, and said, thank you, General. You're welcome. Dongsheng Wudi helped Li Tianlan up, his eyes complicated. We're a family. We don't need these things. This is it's guilt. Bai Qingqian suddenly said. She looked at Dongsheng Wudi with resentment and indifference in her eyes. Li Tianlan was stunned and didn't understand. Bai Qingqian took a deep breath, handed a business card to Li Tianlan, and said softly, if there's anything, you can also call me. What the Dongxing clan can do, the Bai clan can do. Thank you, Secretary Bai. Li Tianlan took it solemnly. Bai Qingqian took a deep look at him, turned, and went straight to the door. Li Tianlan saw the couple, who seemed to have a subtle relationship, out of the door. The young woman who had been guarding outside the door quietly stopped Li Tianlan and let Dongsheng Wudi and Bai Qingqian walk in front. Tianlan, I'm Tan Mingyao, Secretary Bai's secretary. This is my business card. The secretary smiled softly. Please take care of me in the future. Li Tianlan took the business card, shook hands with the secretary, and said hello. His eyes involuntarily fell on Dongsheng Wudi and Bai Qingqian. The couple walked side by side, but they maintained a clear distance from each other. Where are you going? Dongsheng Wudi walked beside his wife and asked in a complicated tone. The airport. Bai Qingqian's tone was indifferent. I'll see you off. Dongsheng Wudi said subconsciously. No need. Bai Qingqian shook her head. She looked at Dongsheng Wudi and said in a stiff tone, if there's nothing else, goodbye. She pulled away from her husband and went straight to the gate. Dongsheng Wudi stood where he was and looked at his wife's back. After a long time, he reached out and touched his face. He still remembered that when the news of Li Tianlan's death came back from East Island, Bai Qingqian slapped him hard in the face. How was that a slap? That was a woman's most powerless sorrow and despair. Dong Chengwudi's eyes were bitter. He took a deep breath and walked slowly to the door. Under Li Tianlan's gaze, the couple, who used to be very close, parted at the gate of East Emperor Palace. They went to the same destination, but they went in a completely different direction. Both different. Chapter 273. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. The East Emperor Palace, which was deserted on weekdays, became even more deserted. When Li Tianlan opened his eyes, it was already dark outside the window. It was quiet all around. There was a lamp in the corner of the room. Under the dim light, the golden retriever with soft hair was lying there quietly, wagging its tail in boredom. Li Tianlan sat up from the bed and rubbed his aching head. He picked up the glass of water next to him and drank it all in one gulp. He still felt a little thirsty. He shook his head and was in a trance. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Soft footsteps sounded outside the door. Wang Yuetong pushed open the half-closed door and walked in. Looking at Li Tianlan, who was a little dull, she was stunned and then said softly, "You're awake? Do you want some water?" Li Tianlan glanced at Wang Yuetong dully and laughed at himself. "I drank too much. Have they all left?" "Yes." Wang Yuetong didn't turn on a light. She just silently adjusted the lamp in the corner. She handed a glass of water to Li Tianlan and said softly, "Li Beitian and Yi Huayu left with Su Chu in the afternoon. You were still awake when Du Hanin left. Qiansheng and the others just left." Li Tianlan took a sip of water and nodded without saying anything. Tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival. There was no holiday in the Sky Academy, but several young people in the East Emperor Palace were qualified to celebrate the festival. Li Beitian and Yi Huayu returned to Mount Shu. Su Chu went to the Bai family in Yuzhou. Du Hanin was originally homeless, but after the mutation of her wind vein and the recovery of her strength, the improvement of her strength had overwhelmed everything else in her heart. She didn't need to celebrate the festival, so she went directly to the Sky Academy to continue her classes. Ning Qiansheng had planned to stay, but in the morning he received a call from Ning Ziyuan, the commander of the Eastern Theater of Operations, asking him to go back for the festival. Ning Qiansheng didn't want to go, but Yu Donglai said it was good to go and have a look. Now the relationship between Yu Qingyin and Ning Qiansheng had completely stabilized. The old man thought it was good to confirm their relationship first, so he took Yu Qingyin and went directly to Jinling, Wu Yue. Before leaving, Li Beitian said he wanted a small gathering. As a result, he and Ning Qiansheng forced Li Tianlan to drink nearly 3 bottles of liquor. His strength was at its lowest point, so he vomited again and again. When he woke up, the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival was almost over. "Those 2 bastards." Li Tianlan scolded him with a smile. It was just the Mid-Autumn Festival. 2 or 3 days were not even a farewell. It was really an injustice to drink the wine. "I made soup. I learned it from old Yu. Do you want to have a bowl?" Wang Yuetong asked softly. "I'm not hungry." Li Tianlan shook his head and looked at Wang Yuetong. Only then did he realize that the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai seemed to be very different from before. She seemed to have just taken a bath because her hair was still a little wet. She was wearing a white one-piece fishtail skirt embroidered with golden lines, elegant and lively. Her white high-heeled shoes made her look taller and more slender. She put on light makeup and sprayed some perfume on her body. The misty and ambiguous fragrance constantly stimulated Li Tianlan's gradually recovering sense of smell. Under the dim yellow table lamp in the corner of the bedroom, Wang Yuetong stood in the light and shadow, enchanting and charming like an unreal dream. "Very beautiful today." Li Tianlan looked at her and said, "Do you like it?" Wang Yuetong stared into Li Tianlan's eyes seriously. Her eyes were reserved, but a little wild, containing a kind of power called courage. Li Tianlan fell silent. The silence turned into awkwardness as time went by. The light in the corner seemed to dim a little. Wang Yuetong's pretty face was a little pale, and the dazzling brilliance on her body was gradually fading. "I'm going out for a walk." Li Tianlan stood up and said in a calm tone, "I'll go with you." Wang Yuetong walked over with no room for refusal and held Li Tianlan's arm tightly. There were thousands of kinds of delicate fragrance in the world, but this kind of natural body fragrance that even perfume could not cover was the most unique. The two snuggled together and walked downstairs in silence. The artificial lake in front of the East Emperor Palace was still flowing. The moonlight on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival was beautiful and bright. The night wind blew the fallen leaves high into the sky and shuttled back and forth in the moonlight. The strong sense of autumn permeated the night, and it was bleak. The man and woman walked together in the East Emperor Palace. They were followed by a golden retriever. They walked very gently, and the scene was also very gentle. "It's so nice." Wang Yuetong, who had been silent, suddenly said softly, "I like this feeling very much. It's like there are only two of us left in the world. We don't have to think about anything. It's so nice. Anything that isn't realistic is good." Li Tianlan said calmly. His voice was very calm, which was the opposite of Wang Yuetong's trance. Wang Yuetong held Li Tianlan's arm more tightly. She looked up at Li Tianlan with her small face and suddenly laughed. Under the poignant moonlight, her smile was very sweet and helpless. "So senior brother wants to tell me that the reason why you're so good in my eyes is that we're not realistic, right?" Li Tianlan frowned very quickly and did not say anything. Wang Yuetong's eyes gradually became crystal clear, and the uneasiness that had been suppressed in her heart for many days continued to accumulate in her tone. Her voice was a little trembling. "There will be no future between us, right?" The crystal in her eyes fell down and turned into teardrops. The tears streaked across the air for a moment and soaked into the grass after being penetrated by the moonlight. Li Tianlan was still silent. His expression was hard and a little cold. "In fact, I've known it for a long time. Ever since I found out about your identity, ever since you met my father, I knew that there would be no future between us. That's why I call Qinwei my sister, and I don't mind your engagement with Dongqing Rushi. Because there is no future, it's not something I should fight for. I've always thought that it's enough to have you once." In the bleak and cold night, the girl's voice choked intermittently. "But I'm still greedy. Senior brother, I like you very much, and I want to be with you all the time, even if I have to call her sister in the future. Senior brother, can you help me?" "I can't help you." Li Tianlan was silent for a long time before he said softly. Today, he also wanted to give Wang Yuetong the future she wanted, but he couldn't afford it. If he was responsible for Wang Yuetong's future, how could he be responsible for the Leaf family in the future? He used to be naive, but the cruel reality of the Battle of Changdao told him that maybe it was a mistake for them to meet at the beginning. "I know." Wang Yuetong choked and said softly, "You won't join the Wang family of Beihai, will you?" With Li Tianlan's reputation in the dark world today, as long as he was willing to join the Wang family of Beihai, then everything would not be a problem, and the Wang family of Beihai would be willing to let Wang Yuetong stay with Li Tianlan. Now, except for Kunlun City, perhaps no force would refuse to tie Li Tianlan to their chariot. But Li Tianlan couldn't join the Wang family of Beihai. After all, the Wang family of Beihai let the Leaf family down. For the Leaf family, their inaction at that time was a betrayal. Join the Wang family of Beihai? How would the Leaf family live in the future? Maybe there would be no Leaf family at all. Without the Leaf family, there would be no conflict between him and the Wang family of Beihai. Li Tianlan took a deep breath. Maybe the betrayal could be understood by everyone, including him. But the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai, after all, had different paths. People with different paths could not make plans together. "I won't," Li Tianlan finally said, short and firm. This was the irreconcilable knot between the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai. He had reasons not to compromise, even though he knew what the association would lose. He continued to walk forward. Wang Yuetong stood where she was. Li Tianlan turned around and looked at her. Wang Yuetong looked at him. After a long time, she reached out and hugged Li Tianlan's waist tightly. Her whole body was almost attached to him. "Senior brother." Wang Yuetong's voice trembled as if she was sleep-talking. Take me. Take me tonight. I'll do whatever you want tonight." Here, back to the room, in the water, or on the roof. You're the first man I fell in love with. I don't want to leave myself with regrets. Take me. Li Tianlan's body was stiff. Wang Yuetong's delicate body trembled in his arms. He could almost clearly feel her tenderness and passion. If he couldn't have your future, he would want a past that he had. He didn't ask for everlasting love, but just wanted to have it once. That was roughly what it meant. But Li Tianlan's mouth curved into a bitter smile. He looked at Wang Yuetong and whispered, "It doesn't make sense." It didn't make sense whether he got it or not, because in the end, he would regret it. Regret didn't lie in whether he got it or not, but in his position. Opposing positions would only lead to resentment and hatred, even if they had loved each other. Wang Yuetong shook her head desperately in Li Tianlan's arms. She held him tighter and tighter. "I don't care," she cried unwillingly and aggrievedly. "Walk with me. The scenery tonight is beautiful," Li Tianlan whispered. If one didn't look at the world from the highest point of martial arts, the night before the Mid-Autumn Festival was indeed beautiful. It was beautiful even in nothingness. "Let's go back." Wang Yuetong raised her head in Li Tianlan's arms, looked into his eyes, and insisted, "Go back to the room." "Senior brother, don't you like me? I don't believe you don't want me." "I want you." Li Tianlan walked forward persistently and said blandly, "But I want you not to hate me so much in the future." Wang Yuetong bit her red lip and held Li Tianlan's arms tightly. The two moved forward slowly in the night. They gradually approached the gate. "Senior brother," Wang Yuetong's faint voice sounded, "if you really become strong enough to ignore everything in the future, will you come to me?" Li Tianlan quietly glanced at Wang Yuetong. He wanted to tell her that in this world, no one could be strong enough to ignore everything. He couldn't, Wang Tianzong couldn't, even the ancestors of the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family couldn't. Because ignoring everything was not strong. Wang Yuetong's eyes were soft but firm. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes. He took a deep breath, turned his head, and said coldly, "No." The two gradually approached the gate. Wang Yuetong grabbed Li Tianlan's arm and forced a smile. What a cruel man. Li Tianlan didn't say anything. In his sight, two high-end security guards, one fat and one thin, were on duty. Outside the door, a black car stopped at the entrance. Two men got out of the car. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he finally knew why Wang Yuetong was so abnormal today. Wang Yuetong also saw the two men outside the door. Her pretty face suddenly turned pale, and she even had no strength to hold Li Tianlan's arm. Both sides found each other inside and outside the door. Li Tianlan only knew one of the two men, but one was enough. Because it was Wang Tianzong. At a distance of tens of meters, the four people looked at each other. Li Tianlan sighed softly. He let go of Wang Yuetong and said indifferently, "Go." Wang Yuetong bit her lip hard and shook her head with tears streaming down her face. She knew very well what this meant. It seemed to be only a distance of tens of meters. But this distance was called parting. It was also an enemy. Chapter 274. Li Tianlan finally stopped moving forward. Wang Yuetong stood beside him, holding his hand tightly and lowering her head. Tears fell down one by one and fell on his hand, feeling cool. Li Tianlan looked at Wang Tianzong calmly. Inside and outside the door. Behind him was the moonlight. The moonlight shone all over the East Emperor Palace. Under the dim light, it was a deep night. Behind Wang Tianzong was the road, and there were thousands of lights in the distance. Under the light, Li Tianlan could only see darkness. The sword intent constantly brewing in the darkness filled all his senses. Wang Tianzong appeared and disappeared in the sword intent, wandering between reality and illusion. He could not be locked on at all. Sometimes it was not a good thing to be able to see the essence of martial arts. At least now, looking at the darkness around Wang Tianzong, Li Tianlan could only feel the power that he could not resist at all. His expression changed, and there was finally a trace of bitterness in his narrowed eyes. Out of instinct, he held Wang Yuetong's hand tightly. It was a pair of trembling hands that gradually became cold but still gentle. Li Tianlan could not be sure of his mood. Unwilling? 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 Maybe a little of both. But at least he could be sure of one thing. He did not like the feeling of being forcibly taken away what he cared about. His own. What he cared about. Li Tianlan took a deep breath and looked at Wang Tianzong in his sight, motionless. Dozens of meters inside and outside the door. 2 worlds, 2 roads, 2 directions, and 2 standpoints. Wang Tianzong's eyes were calm and almost indifferent. That was the look that did not take anything seriously. He nodded to Li Tianlan and walked to the gate. In the duty room, 2 security guards, one fat and one thin, had come out. They looked at Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan waved his hand. The security guard opened the door. Wang Tianzong came in. Wang Yuedong took a step back subconsciously, as if she wanted to hide behind Li Tianlan. But then she realized that it was inappropriate. She moved forward weakly and whispered, "Dad." Wang Tianzong nodded and looked at Li Tianlan. His eyes were still careless, but his expression was very soft. "How is your body?" "It's all right," Li Tianlan said quietly. Beside him, Wang Yuetong let go of his hand, trembling slightly. She was so weak. That trace of tenderness gradually went away. Li Tianlan was wrapped in the cold moonlight. His heart gradually became cold, and even his tone became cold. "I'm surprised that you're still alive." Wang Tianzong's tone was very casual and calm. With his status, standing in front of Lin Xianyuan, it was already a great honor for him to speak. There was no need to hide anything at all. "Your current state looks a little interesting. It's just a new beginning." Li Tianlan shook his head. His current state was no longer a secret. At the very least, he could not hide it from giants like the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City. Moreover, his strength was gone. What was the point of holding on? Wang Tianzong took a deep look at Li Tianlan and said calmly, "Start over. Do you still have time?" Li Tianlan froze for a moment. Wang Tianzong's eyes were still soft and casual, but Li Tianlan saw a trace of indifference deep in his eyes. "I just came back from Linen and went to see Senior Li. The old man is in good spirits," he said. Li Tianlan's eyes narrowed. He, who had always been expressionless, finally smiled. It was like a smile, but also like a sneer. "Life is long, and I still have a lot of time." He looked at Wang Tianzong and said word by word. He understood what Wang Tianzong meant. By mentioning his grandfather, Wang Tianzong was implying that his life and Li Honghe's life were linked. Li Honghe had recovered to his peak state when he was at the border. Now he was in good spirits, but his state was extremely poor. No one could tell how many years he could hold on, but it was certain that it would not be too long. At least it could not be long enough for Li Tianlan to enter the invincible realm again. When Li Honghe died, what could the remaining Li family and Li Tianlan, who had not entered the invincible realm, do? He had no time, even if he was the young governor of Sai City. When the Wang family of Beihai, Kunlun City, and the Prince Group stood together, they were the general trend of Zhongzhou State. Under this kind of alliance, Sai City was no longer a force worthy of their fear. Wang Tianzong nodded perfunctorily. "I just talked to Zhuang Huayang on the phone. Yuedong will not go to the Sky Academy for classes in the future. She will go back to Beihai Province. You are in Huuding, and it is not suitable for her," Wang Tianzong said calmly. Li Tianlan nodded and said, "Oh," without any emotional fluctuations. He seemed to want to see Yuedong, but he held back and turned his head. "You don't want to?" Wang Tianzong suddenly asked. "Yes," Li Tianlan answered without hesitation. "You have another choice," Wang Tianzong said softly. "Join the Wang family of Beihai. As long as you are willing, I will let Yuetong marry you within a month. You can get the best resources and the strongest protection. Kunlun City is no longer a problem. When you enter the invincible realm in the future, you can even use the power of the Wang family of Beihai to take revenge on Gu Xingyan. I can even give you a position equal to Shang Xiao in the Wang family of Beihai. As long as you are willing, you can get anything." "Really?" Li Tianlan laughed. His eyes seemed to hide needles sharp and cold. "If I want the Wang family of Beihai, can I get it?" Wang Tianzong looked at Li Tianlan in silence. The softness in his eyes gradually disappeared, and finally became the most thorough indifference. I have given you a chance. He looked at Li Tianlan and Wang Yuetong and said, "You can't blame me." Wang Yuetong looked at Li Tianlan with tears in her eyes. Li Tianlan finally looked at her. He reached out and wiped away the tears on Wang Yuetong's face. He said calmly, "Goodbye." It seemed that he could get anything if he joined the Wang family of Beihai. But first, the Wang family of Beihai got him. With him, the Wang family of Beihai could take advantage of the situation to completely gather the remaining Li family and even get Sai City and Samsara Palace. In the end, Li Tianlan seemed to get everything, but he got nothing. Only the Wang family of Beihai really got everything, because the Wang family of Beihai could not be surnamed Li. So, they could only say goodbye. "You refuse me today, but you will not know what you refused," Wang Tianzong said calmly. He really felt a little pity and regret in his heart. Even if he could really be calm about Li Tianlan's appearance, how could the Wang family of Beihai and even the Southeast group always keep absolute peace? The Li family fell from the peak to the dust at the fastest speed. The Southeast group, which had always been supported by the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family, suddenly had an unprecedented crisis. The Wang family of Beihai turned the crisis into an opportunity and concentrated the greatest power in the group in the fastest time. During that time, it was no exaggeration to say that half of the Southeast group belonged to the Li family. If the Wang family of Beihai was willing to take action, Li Honghe might have been able to get through that crisis. But in the end, the Wang family of Beihai remained silent. It silently watched Li Honghe leave the border and take away everything that belonged to the Li family. Nearly 20 years had passed. Everything in that year had been settled. Some of the backbone figures promoted by Li Honghe in the Southeast group had basically retired. But hidden dangers were hidden dangers after all. The exposure of Li Tianlan's identity had already caused some small shocks in the Southeast group. And with Li Tianlan's resurrection this time, the shocks were actually getting bigger and bigger. If Li Tianlan could join the Wang family of Beihai, everything would disappear completely. But unfortunately, it was really a pity. A so-called heavenly son who started over but still had ridiculous persistence was, in the final analysis, worthy of being called a pity. Li Tianlan's expression remained unchanged. He knew what he refused. He just refused to be a vassal of the Wang family of Beihai. He would not regret it. Who is this? He suddenly looked to the side of Wang Tianzong. A middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing stood beside Wang Tianzong. He looked like he was in his 40s and could be described as elegant and good-looking. He was a standard middle-aged handsome man. The man's temperament was calm and low-key. He came here with Wang Tianzong, but never spoke. Hearing Li Tianlan's question, the middle-aged man seemed to be stunned, and then he took the initiative to smile. "I have nothing to do with His Majesty's trip. It's just on the way." He took out a business card, handed it to Li Tianlan, and said with a smile, "I'm Lu Shuanghua." "Hello, young Master Li, Lu Shuanghua." Zhang Nindao, one of the intelligence giants in Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows and took a serious look at Lu Shuanghua. Lu Shuanghua was also a legendary figure in the dark world of Zhongzhou State. He was originally an ordinary researcher belonging to the Prince Group. He did not know martial arts and was not a core member. He was hunted down by the Prince Group to kill him after he inadvertently learned some unknown secrets. However, he failed to kill him. Instead, he was saved by the young Wang Tianzong. Lu Shuanghua joined the Wang family of Beihai, took root in Jiangnan province, and established Jiangnan Dao in more than 10 years. An ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken set up the largest intelligence organization in the south of Zhongzhou State in more than 10 years. Such an experience was indeed legendary. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes. "Hello." Li Tianlan reached out and shook hands with Lu Shuanghua without saying much. "Let's go." Wang Tianzong glanced at Li Tianlan and suddenly turned around, planning to leave with Wang Yuetong. "Wait a minute," Li Tianlan suddenly said. Wang Tianzong turned around. Li Tianlan looked into his eyes and said softly, "Before the Battle of Changdao, I took a bottle of potion called Surge. Surge, immortality potion, and against the way of heaven. The unique skill of the Wang family of Beihai were combined together to make me who I was in the last battle of Changdao. Does your majesty know about this? I did it. Wang Tianzong looked at Li Tianlan for a while, and then said frankly, I asked Sheng Xiao to pass against the way of heaven to you on purpose. If you died in Changdao at that time, I would really feel at ease. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Tianlan. Why? Do you want to take revenge on me? Li Tianlan looked at Wang Tianzong. After a long time, he smiled softly, bowed deeply to Wang Tianzong, and said calmly, I dare not. Wang Tianzong's pupils suddenly contracted. In an instant, there was a trace of irrepressible irritation and killing intent in his eyes. He looked at Li Tianlan, who still did not straighten up, twitched the corner of his mouth, turned around and said, Let's go. Wang Tianzong took Wang Yuetong. Lu Shuanghua followed. Li Tianlan straightened up and looked at the backs of the three. No matter whether they were affectionate or not, no matter whether they cared or not, there was silence when they parted. There was only silence. Two security guards stood quietly at the door, one fat and one thin, and they formed a beautiful contrast in the night. Wang Tianzong looked at the two seemingly ordinary security guards seriously and narrowed his eyes tightly. And behind him, Chapter 275. Without any resistance, Wang Tianzong easily took Wang Yuedong out of the gate of East Emperor Palace. Lu Shuanghua, the intelligence giant of Zhongzhou State, drove in person. In the slight shaking of the car, the light shone out, illuminating the roadside flower beds. Wang Yuedong stood in front of the open car door and looked back. In her sight, Li Tianlan still stood there quietly, showing no expression. Wang Yuedong bit her red lips tightly to stop herself from crying. She just stared at the figure bathed in the moonlight inside the door. There were lights and a night wind behind her. The wind blew the autumn leaves high into the sky. Her long skirt and hair danced in the nightlight. There was a kind of reluctance and desolation similar to heartbreak. The man who was silent and quiet when she first met him. The man who was ruthless and decisive in the entrance maneuver. The man who stood in front of her in a dangerous situation and burned the sky with a sword. This was the man who had saved her, but insisted on being even with her back then. They didn't spend a long time together, but feelings were emotions that didn't need time to measure. Meeting, beginning, intimacy, until parting. It wasn't until this moment that Wang Yuetong clearly felt the importance of Li Tianlan in her heart. The importance that she couldn't give up. She had long been obsessed with the reassuring feeling of staying with him, even if she knew from the beginning that they would not have a future. But she didn't expect that this kind of relationship without a future would not end satisfactorily in the end. Wang Yuetong laughed with tears in her eyes, looking delicate and lovely. For the first time in her life, she was infatuated with him. This so-called first love was sweet and bitter indeed. Wang Yuedong waved her hand. The sparkling tears finally fell to the ground. Li Tianlan was motionless, only determined. The black car kept going away along the road and finally disappeared in the distance. His eyes couldn't reach her, and neither could his heart. Li Tianlan finally felt the loneliness that was almost empty. Even if he knew that Li Beitian and Ning Qiancheng would come back soon. Qin Weibai had nothing to do with him anymore. Wang Yuedong returned to Beihai. Li Shi, who only lived for herself, had his grandfather standing in the front and supporting her, and it had nothing to do with him. Even his few friends all had their own forces behind them. Li Tianlan's foundation was ruined. Since he had lost his martial arts, he seemed to have lost his responsibilities. It was not until then that Li Tianlan realized that he had nothing in his life except for the responsibility on his back. He had nothing. Li Tianlan laughed bitterly. His figure became lonely in the night. It was a state of mind that could not be expressed in any words. Loneliness, desolation, helplessness, and confusion. He stood there, but he seemed to have lost his soul. As a result, he seemed to have disappeared into the cold night, becoming completely void and lifeless. At the entrance of the East Emperor Palace, the two security guards looked at each other with puzzled and solemn eyes. After all, they were not ordinary security guards, so they could feel Li Tianlan's almost silent state at this time. The two of them did not know whether this situation was good or bad, and for a moment, they were in a dilemma. Shall we go and take a look? The tall and thin security guard frowned. Although he was asking, his body had subconsciously walked toward Li Tianlan. The short and fat security guard hesitated for a moment before he followed in silence. Silently, Li Tianlan opened his eyes again. His vision became unprecedentedly clear and peaceful. Two security guards walked up to him. The three of them were stunned at the same time. The tall and thin security guard reacted very quickly, showing a simple and honest smile. He comforted him honestly. "Boss, would you like to drink some wine? The rice wine brewed by yourself won't go to your head." "I'm not your boss." Li Tianlan shook his head and quietly looked at the security guards in front of him. "What are your names?" "Li Dazhuang." The tall and thin security guard continued to be simple and honest. "Li Erwang." The slightly short fat man looked innocent. Even though Li Tianlan was in a very bad mood now, he was almost amused by these two brothers at this time. He shook his head, pointed to the duty room in front of the door, and walked in first. The duty room was relatively simple. There was a 20-inch color TV, two hard beds, a simple computer that was turned off at this time, and a brand-new rack hung clothes and electric batons. A small table was placed in the center of the duty room. There was indeed a bottle of wine without a trademark and a stack of peanuts on the table. Li Tianlan glanced at them, shook his head, and said, "Sorry to trouble you." "Not all. The salary here is high, the environment is good, and it's free. It's good." "Boss, don't mention it. Sit down." Li Dazhuang greeted him warmly. He seemed to be a little flattered. "Don't pretend," Li Tianlan said indifferently. "High salary? I can't afford to pay the salary of two security guards in the thunder-shocking realm, even if I sell my blood. I feel wrong for you two staying here." He took a small stool and sat down. Looking at the two brothers with stiff expressions, he calmly said, "Which force are you from?" The two security guards looked at each other with confusion and embarrassment in their eyes, but they still tried to pretend to be at a loss. "The Wang family of Beihai? The Jiang family of South America? Kunlun City? Sai City? Or?" Li Tianlan didn't go on. But at this point, it was really meaningless to hide. The two security guards smiled bitterly and hesitated. The tall and thin security guard took the lead to bow and said softly, "Bamboo Forest pays respect to your highness. Volcano pays respect to your highness." The fat man also bowed respectfully. Li Tianlan was not surprised. Although he mentioned several forces, he had a general idea of their positions. Now his perception was absolutely terrifying to an unimaginable level. Although he could not specifically judge their strength, he could be sure that their strength was definitely around the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. Such people stayed here for a few months without doing anything, even after he came back, so it was unlikely that they were enemies. He was now the young governor of Sai City, but they called him Your Highness. Li Tianlan laughed at himself and finally asked, "Are you from the Samsara Palace? How did Your Highness find out that there was something wrong with us?" asked the man with the code, named Bamboo Forest. Obviously, he was the leader of the two. He wore a security guard uniform and looked honest. He really didn't look like a master at all, but Li Tianlan could see through them at a glance, which was really incredible for them. If Wang Tianzong can see it, so can I. Even if he can't see it, I can perceive it, Li Tianlan said quietly. "Are you really from Samsara Palace?" "Samsara Palace has withdrawn from Zhongzhou State." Bamboo Forest smiled and said, "This is something that everyone knows. He hesitated a little and finally said, "We belong to Saber." "Saber?" Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows with a strange expression. "Is this an organization?" "Yes." Bamboo Forest's tone was calm. He seemed to see Li Tianlan's doubt. He whispered, "It's a very secretive organization. Military Counselor is our immediate superior." Military Counselor. After all, it was Samsara Palace. Li Tianlan was silent for a moment and finally said, "I want to see military counselor." Beep. As soon as his voice fell, a car horn sounded at the door. Before the car stopped in his sight, Li Tianlan's eyes blurred. Military counselor in a black cloak had appeared in front of him. Seeing the calm bamboo forest and volcano, military counselor immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But then he saw Li Tianlan. Military counselor's body stiffened slightly. After a moment of silence, he finally said with a bitter smile, "I heard the news that Wang Tianzong came here, so I came to have a look." "It's okay. Your news is timely." Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes and looked at military counselor. He was not being sarcastic. With Wang Tianzong's status, he could really do whatever he wanted in Zhongzhou State. Even if everyone wanted to pay attention to him, there must be very few people who could pay attention to his traces. But now Wang Tianzong left for less than 10 minutes, and military counselor could come here, which showed how terrifying the resources he had in his hands. What is Saber? Li Tianlan asked directly before military counselor could speak. He thought that Samsara Palace had nothing to do with him, but now he found that it was always around him. No matter what this news meant, it finally made him feel better when he was in such a bad mood. Military counselor looked at the bamboo forest and volcano. The two bowed to him helplessly. Military counselor suddenly understood what was going on, and he also smiled helplessly. He sat opposite Li Tianlan and ate a peanut. After a moment of silence, he pointed to the bamboo forest and volcano. "They are Saber. Only two people." Li Tianlan stared at military counselor. Even if he was a fool, he would not believe that there were only two people in the so-called Saber. Military counselor shook his head and waved his hand. The bamboo forest and volcano left quietly, leaving the duty room to military counselor and Li Tianlan. Seeing this, Li Tianlan frowned slightly. "Can't you trust your own people? This is the rule." Military counselor whispered, "They don't know much. Strictly speaking, the bamboo forest and volcano only belong to the scabbard. They only know what they should know. If there was a scabbard, there would naturally be a blade." Li Tianlan's eyes narrowed tightly. He suddenly found that the so-called Saber might be powerful beyond his imagination. "Is Saber an organization?" Li Tianlan asked. "It's an organization. I've been managing it on behalf of the palace master over the years." Military counselor nodded. "Is the headquarters in Huiding?" Li Tianlan continued to ask. At this moment, he wanted to take off military counselor's cloak and see who he was behind it. "Headquarters?" Military counselor repeated it silently, and then shook his head. "No headquarters." Li Tianlan frowned. "Saber is one, but also independent of each other." Military counselor whispered, "The scabbard is heavy, the blade is sharp, the saber intent is ethereal, the hilt is illusory, and the saber light is bright. Such an organization doesn't need a headquarters for the time being. The bamboo forest and volcano belong to the scabbard. Even if the two were not at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, they were close to this realm. Then were the so-called blade, saber intent, hilt, and saber light." Li Tianlan was a little frightened in his heart. "But although we don't have a headquarters, our foundation is indeed in Zhongzhou State." Military counselor said with a smile, "Your Highness, the Samsara Palace is famous overseas. The outside world says that we rise fast and have a weak foundation. But no matter how weak the foundation is, it still exists. Do you know where the Real foundation of the Samsara Palace is?" Li Tianlan did not speak. This answer would not surprise him at all, although the answer itself was unexpected. "Our Real foundation is in Zhongzhou State." Chapter 276. For countless years, the dark pattern of Zhongzhou State had always been extremely stable. Jade Pool, Mount Shu, Azura Path, Great Soaring Temple, big and small forces all had their own romance. But the ones who really stood at the peak 20 years ago were the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family. In the past 2 decades, it was the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City. Sai City stood aloof from the world. In terms of comprehensive strength and heritage, it was much worse than the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City. Therefore, even though Sai City also had invincible realm experts and murderous weapons, in the eyes of the public, the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City were still in charge of the overall situation in Zhongzhou State. Zhongzhou State was a forbidden zone in the dark world. This was something that all the superpowers knew. The unfathomable Wang family of Beihai, the powerful Li family, and the slick Kunlun City, no matter who stood at the highest point of the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State, had an amazingly consistent attitude toward the outside world. That was rejection. Zhongzhou State refused any foreign superpowers to enter Zhongzhou State. For many years, although it was impossible for the superpowers to have no foundation in Zhongzhou State, they did not make any achievements. The Jiang family of South America had 3 invincible realm experts. How glorious was that? In Zhongzhou State, there were only a few temporary imperial residences similar to clubhouses, and they were even deserted all year round. This kind of unity against the outside world was an absolutely terrifying pressure for anyone. Because of this, Li Tianlan was so surprised when he heard military counselor's words. The Real Foundation of Samsara Palace was in Zhongzhou State? How did you hide from the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City? Li Tianlan looked into military counselor's eyes and asked seriously. Before, the Samsara Palace could be stable because Wang Tianzong and Gu Xingyan didn't pay much attention to it. Now that the Samsara Palace had shown great strength and was getting farther and farther away from Zhongzhou State, it was impossible for the other party to not take action. But in the end, their so-called action turned out to be just blocking Qin Weibai's pre-Qin international group. This showed that it was not that they didn't want to move, but they really didn't notice the changes in Zhongzhou State. Was the arrangement of the Samsara Palace too flawless? Or could it be that this so-called foundation was actually so small that it couldn't be noticed? We don't have a headquarters. The military counselor's answer was simple and straightforward. Without the headquarters, there was no need to be afraid of others finding out. This sounded like a reason, but it also didn't seem like a reason. The existence of the saber has always been very hidden. The reason why no one has noticed it is actually because these resources have not been used for all these years. Everything is normal. Naturally, there will be no abnormalities. Military counselor looked at Li Tianlan. His face was hidden behind a cloak, and only a thin outline could be vaguely seen. On the surface, Samsara Palace has withdrawn from Zhongzhou State. At least in Zhongzhou State, we will not be the target of some people for the time being. Their target now is you. Li Tianlan remained silent. It's been quite lively here these past few days. 3 groups of people have come one after another. It seems that the fact that you're still alive has really stimulated some people, so much so that they can't sit still anymore. They all want to see your current state. Military counselor chuckled. His laughter echoed in the security room, and it was extremely cold. 12 fire-flaming realm experts and 1 thunder-shocking realm expert. It's really a big deal. If it weren't for fear of exposing their identities, it's possible that the experts at the peak of thunder-shocking realm or even a half-step invincible realm expert would come in person. Li Tianlan didn't know what would happen to those people. Bamboo Forest and Volcano were disguised as security guards. He didn't need to think to know what would happen to those people. He shook his head in self-mockery. What kind of people are they? Kunlun City? Or the Prince Group? Or the overseas forces? Why not the Wang family of Beihai? Military counselor asked in a playful tone. When this question was asked, Li Tianlan suddenly froze. In the past few days, he didn't know that someone had been sending people to test here. But now that he knew, he realized that he didn't doubt the Wang family of Beihai at all. It was just a feeling. This kind of thing didn't seem to be done by Wang Tianzong at all. Li Tianlan didn't know much about Wang Tianzong, but every time he met him, he could clearly feel the kind of boldness, great talent, bold strategy, and indifferent like the mountains and the sea. Such a man didn't need to send cannon fodder to test this kind of means. Li Tianlan felt that the other party would definitely send someone to ask what he wanted to know. It was above board, just like how he took Wang Yuetong away tonight. It was simply irresistible. The Wang family of Beihai did let the Li family down. Li Tianlan actually didn't hate Wang Tianzong. Even if the combination of Surge Potion, Immortality Potion, and Against the Way of Heaven was a conspiracy, it didn't matter whether he knew the so-called conspiracy in advance or not. In the situation of Changdao at that time, he had no way out. Why would he care about these things? It was actually ridiculous. Although the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai were now on opposite sides, Li Tianlan didn't think that Wang Tianzong was a bad person. But he had his goal, and he had something that he had to get back. Different ways. That was all. The Wang family of Beihai wouldn't do such a thing. Li Tianlan said. In his mind, the Wang family of Beihai and Wang Tianzong were the kind of force and opponent that deserved respect even if they were enemies. Just like the Li family many years ago, they were upright. Even if they didn't get along, from an objective point of view, it was hard to say what was wrong with them. I agree with you. Military counselor smiled. But I don't know who the other party is. It doesn't make sense. Anyway, they're all dead. Senior Li is still here. In a short time, they dare not do anything to you. If I go to investigate, I can find out, but I will inevitably leave some clues. If there are too many clues, the existence of the saber will be exposed. At this stage, it's not worth the loss. Saber, Li Tianlan said silently and calmly. The scabbard, the blade, the hilt, the saber intent, the saber light. The saber is one. What about you? Which part are you? I'm the hand holding the saber. Military counselor's smile was unfathomable. Palace Master is the real saber holder. Very mysterious, Li Tianlan said slowly. But what's the point of being afraid of exposing the mystery? It's not that I'm afraid of being exposed. It's just that the time is not ripe. Your Highness, you are likely to be the next saber holder, but it's not the right time for me to tell you everything. The existence of the saber is too meticulous. A little clue may destroy the overall situation. And at this delicate time, the overall situation cannot be destroyed. Military counselor raised the wine glass in front of him and toasted Li Tianlan. His movements were very respectful and his words were very euphemistic, but the meaning was extremely obvious. Now Li Tianlan was not qualified to touch these things. Li Tianlan smiled. He was not angry because it was the truth. What do you want? He looked at military counselor and asked. For the time being, military counselor smiled. His face was hidden in the darkness, but Li Tianlan could feel his clear eyes. Now, we just want to create a sky without shadows. A sky without shadows, Li Tianlan was thoughtful. He seemed to have guessed something and sighed softly. And then, military counselor was silent for a long time, then shook his head and said, Who knows if there will be anything that hasn't happened? Your Highness just needs to grow up patiently. If everything goes well, everything will probably become clear in 5 or 6 years. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows and looked at military counselor. 5 or 6 years later. This year was the 4th year of the term of President Li Huacheng of Zhongzhou State. 5 or 6 years later, the most delicate, tense, and intense sensitive period of the general change in Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan didn't know if he was thinking in the wrong direction. How is your Highness's state now? Military counselor interrupted Li Tianlan's thinking and asked seriously, Do you still need external help? No need. Li Tianlan shook his head. I can only rely on myself now. Military counselor hesitated. I heard that the Imperial Jade Seal is in your Highness's hands. If your Highness doesn't need it, maybe you can give it to Tribulation. There's a big problem with his breakthrough. If I'm not mistaken, although Tribulation has entered the invincible realm, his comprehensive combat capability is not even as good as mine. As far as I know, the Imperial Jade Seal is one of the best solutions. Li Tianlan was stunned and asked subconsciously, What's the problem? After he returned to East Emperor Palace, Tribulation had come twice. Li Tianlan could clearly feel that he was indeed in the invincible realm now. But after the breakthrough, he was still not as good as military counselor, who was now a half-step invincible realm. Before the breakthrough, tribulation was definitely stronger than military counselor. I don't know. Military counselor was a little vague. It should be that the breakthrough was too intense and the burden on his body was too great, so that he couldn't exert all his strength. Li Tianlan thought about the Imperial Jade Seal that was now in his room. Is that thing useful? Your Highness's resurrection is enough to explain everything. Military counselor said in an affirmative tone. Li Tianlan suddenly understood. His resurrection was because of luck. The Imperial Jade Seal of Zhongzhou State was definitely one of the most prosperous things. I see. Li Tianlan nodded and said, I will give the Imperial Jade Seal to Marshal Uncle. He suddenly looked at military counselor and said meaningfully, but I'm curious. How did you know that this thing is in my hands? Military counselor was silent. Behind the black cloak, he seemed to smile again. Li Tianlan didn't ask more. He took a sip of wine and said, Is there anything else? Nothing. Military counselor said, Your Highness, what's your next plan? Start over. What else can I do? Li Tianlan laughed at himself. He suddenly thought of Qin Weibai, who said it had nothing to do with him. Wang Yuedong, who waved with tears when she just left, and Dongqing Rushi, who was hard to distinguish between good and evil behind the red lovesickness. Li Tianlan's eyes were a little dim. It will be fine, military counselor said softly. If your Highness is worried about the departure just now, you don't have to. I can assure your Highness that the way Wang Yuedong was picked up today, she will be sent back in the future. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows. The Wang family of Beihai is indeed very powerful, in my opinion, and even in the opinion of many people, the current Wang family of Beihai can even be said to be the #1 power in the dark world in terms of comprehensive strength. But a big tree has dry branches. The Wang family of Beihai has been developing for too many years. Their foundation is desperate, but there are already problems inside. Military counselor said with an indescribable emotion, Wang Tianzong is really talented and bold. Some problems inside the Wang family of Beihai have been suppressed by his own strength over the years. But it's better to let them out than to block them. Some problems have been suppressed for too long and will break out one day. Now it seems that day will not be too far away. Li Tianlan straightened up and his eyes began to sparkle. There was a problem inside the Wang family of Beihai, and it was already to the point of breaking out. This news was definitely good news for the Li family today. How far is it not too far away? Li Tianlan asked in a deep voice. About 5 or 6 years later. Unless Wang Tianzong has the ability to reach the sky, the Wang family of Beihai will only welcome the change with Zhongzhou State. Military counselor said indifferently. 5 or 6 years later. Another 5 or 6 years later. Li Tianlan's heart was full of ups and downs. He thought for a long time, then picked up the glass and drank up the wine in it. It's too far away to say this. He said, any opportunity requires strength. 5 or 6 years, there is still time. His eyes gradually became firm. He seemed to have made up his mind. Military counselor looked at him in confusion. I see no my way. Li Tianlan smiled. Since returning to East Emperor Palace, his eyes became completely peaceful for the first time. He was not lost, not irritable, not at a loss, not helpless. Only concentration was left. Even though it's hard, he stood up, nodded to military counselor, and walked directly out of the security room. Bamboo Grove and Volcano stood outside the door. Seeing Li Tianlan come out, they bowed subconsciously. Li Tianlan didn't say much. He came out of the security room and walked back to East Emperor Palace. His steps were slow, but they became more and more firm. The moonlight in the sky was still cold. It was past midnight. At this time, today, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Tianlan walked into East Emperor Palace, which was as luxurious as a palace. Instead of going back to his room, he went to Yu Donglai's room. Yu Donglai's room was not locked. The room was dark. On the windowsill, facing the window, there was a delicate small bottle. Li Tianlan smiled, walked over, and picked up the bottle. This was what Yu Donglai left him before he left. It was also what he hesitated to give to Li Tianlan in the end. It was also what helped Li Tianlan make up his mind. Li Tianlan looked at the bottle, his eyes persistent. There was no time for him to hesitate. He had to take this step after all. Li Tianlan opened the bottle cap. The room was full of fragrance. On the last night of the final battle of Changdao, he saw the real commanding heights of martial arts. Chapter 277. The second day after the Mid-Autumn Festival. August 16th. Li Beitian and Yi Huayu went to Mount Shu as if they had made an appointment. Ning Qiansheng and Yu Qingyan went to Jinling. Su Chu went to Jade Pool. Du Hanin was still in the Sky Academy. Several young people from East Emperor Palace returned to East Emperor Palace almost at the same time. The weather was a little gloomy after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Thick clouds rolled and stirred in the sky. Li Tianlan was no longer in front of the clear artificial lake. Only the golden retriever was lying lazily in front of the lake, wagging its tail. Li Beitian frowned and went directly into the luxurious palace, which was mostly made of glass. He went straight to Li Tianlan's bedroom on the third floor. Hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Li Beitian was the fastest. He was the first to reach the door of Li Tianlan's room. He reached out and was about to knock on the door when Li Tianlan, who had already heard the footsteps, opened the door. The moment their eyes met, both of them were stunned. So fast, Li Tianlan's tone was a little surprised. Looking at Li Beitian in front of him and Ning Qiansheng and Su Chu behind him, he frowned and said, "Didn't you say you would come back the day after tomorrow?" Li Beitian's gloomy expression gradually melted. He heaved a sigh of relief and said softly, "Are you all right? What's wrong?" Li Tianlan turned sideways to let everyone in and said casually, "What can happen to me?" Li Beitian hesitated. "It's good that you're okay." Ning Qiansheng looked at Li Tianlan's face and said calmly, "Has Yu Weitong left?" Li Tianlan glanced at him and nodded. "She was taken away by her father the day you left. We already know. Now everyone knows that you can't be reached by phone, so we rushed back." Ning Qiansheng took a deep breath and said with a smile, "It's good that you're okay. Well, with the reputation of the Wang family of Beihai, they won't take this opportunity to embarrass you." Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes slightly. It was not until then that he found that everyone's expression was a little dignified, except for the initial worry and gloom. "Everyone knows?" Li Tianlan suddenly asked. Yu Donglai, who was standing behind several young people, suddenly sighed, walked to the side, and sat down silently. Du Hanin's expression was calm. Yi Huayu and Yu Qingyan were at a loss. Li Beitian's eyes were cold. Ning Qiansheng just smiled bitterly and nodded. "Everyone knows." He especially emphasized the word everyone, as if he wanted to show how broad the scope of this word was. "Oh," Li Tianlan said expressionlessly. However, there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Everyone answered Li Tianlan's question 2 days ago. That was the appearance of Wang Tianzong on the night before the Mid-Autumn Festival. The number one on the divine list, and the dignified Sword Emperor, no matter how much he valued Ding Hao, would not come all the way here to say a few words to him. As for picking up Wang Yuedong, it was not necessary for him to come in person. Now, the power of the Wang family of Beihai in Huading was gradually recovering. Lu Xuanhua of Jiangnan Society, Yi Fengsheng, the director of Huading's Special Operations Bureau, Wang Xiaoyao, the Zhang family, and even Yu Chungguang, the mayor of Huading, Li Tianlan could not stop them from taking Wang Yuedong away. Wang Yuedong did not have the courage to resist the whole family, and she was not in danger. In any case, Wang Tianzong coming in person seemed redundant. But for someone like him, how could his every move really be superfluous? That day, he went to see his grandfather and came to see Ding Hao. It turned out that it was not on the way. He took Wang Yuetong away. That was a signal. It was a signal that everyone knew by now. Li Tianlan was very clear that no one would know what Wang Tianzong talked about with his grandfather when he went to Linen, But after coming back from Lin, he took Wang Yuetong away directly, which could explain a lot of problems. There was no problem with Wang Yuetong's departure. But in the eyes of others, with Wang Yuetong's departure, the attitude of the Wang family of Beihai became completely clear. What everyone now knew was not only that Wang Tianzong took Wang Yuetong away, but the deeper meaning of this so-called signal was that the Wang family of Beihai did not welcome Li Tianlan, the heavenly son of Zhongzhou State. The signal had been sent out. Next, the Wang family of Beihai did not need to do anything, because it was time for Kunlun City to take action. And when the Wang family of Beihai showed its attitude, some other wait-and-see forces in Zhongzhou State would also show their corresponding attitudes. And these attitudes were the so-called general trend. The general trend of Zhongzhou State. The general trend could only go with the flow. As expected, Li Tianlan was silent for a while and said slowly. He did not think of Wang Tianzong's deep meaning, but he had already been mentally prepared for what would happen next. I heard from Commander Ning that there may be some changes in the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State recently. Specifically, Ning Qiansheng said. When he mentioned his father, he just called him Commander Ning stiffly. Li Tianlan interrupted him and said with a smile, I've already heard it from Marshal Dongsheng. As soon as Yue Tong left, the matter of the Special Warfare Department should be settled, right? This is not a matter of a short time, but the final result should not be unexpected. This is a systematic reform, and the opinions of the higher-ups are a little chaotic. If I'm not wrong, they should make a pilot first. Ning Qiansheng thought of the inside story that Ning Ziyuan intentionally or unintentionally told him, and his tone was a little complicated. Pilot in the southeast? The look of mockery in Li Tianlan's eyes became clearer. Ning Qiansheng nodded and said, the Southeast Special Warfare Headquarters should be established in a few days, but the headquarters has not been determined yet. Commander Ning said that if there is no accident, the headquarters will be either in Huading or Lin. Li Tianlan's pupils contracted and he narrowed his eyes. If the Southeast Special Warfare Headquarters was set up in Huading, everyone had nothing to say. It was a municipality with an extremely important status, and the headquarters should be set up here. But it was unusual to set it up in Lin. Several provinces in the southeast were rich and powerful, but in terms of status, Jinling was definitely a little higher than Lin. The Southeast Special Warfare Headquarters was currently set up in Lin. The Li family that reappeared in Zhongzhou State was now in Lin. Sit down. Li Tianlan waved his hand and sat down. He did not speak for a long time. Everyone was waiting for Li Tianlan's reaction. The establishment of the Special Warfare Headquarters was a disaster for any young force that needed to rise quickly to achieve a certain goal, and the East Emperor Palace would be particularly affected. What's the attitude of Mount Shu? Li Tianlan suddenly asked. He did not ask Ning Qiansheng about the attitude of the Eastern Theater of Operations, which was the sphere of influence of the Southeast Group. Not to mention whether Ning Ziyuan was willing to do anything for his son. Even if he wanted to, he had to listen to Wang Tianzong. He also did not ask Su Chu. Jade Pool and the Dongxing clan were the same breadth and branches, and the Dongxing clan would definitely stand on his side. As for Mount Shu, Li Tianlan suddenly wanted to know the attitude of Mount Shu. Eldest senior brother has no specific attitude for the time being. Li Beitian shook his head. He hesitated and said with a wry smile, we are all on the same side, so I'll say something directly. I guess this secret can't be kept for long. During the Battle of Changdao, didn't you wonder why the leader was third senior brother instead of eldest senior brother? Li Tianlan's heart moved, but he did not speak. Wei Kunlun, the Nirvana sword master of Mount Shu. He was one of the top 10 contemporary experts of Zhongzhou State, a top expert of the half-step invincible realm. Why didn't he participate in the Battle of Changdao? Li Tianlan's eyes were a little playful. Because at that time, eldest senior brother was trying his best to break through the realm, trying to enter the invincible realm. Li Beitian said with a wry smile, but he failed. Now he is seriously injured, and his realm has fallen from the half-step invincible realm to the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. At this time, Mount Shu can only keep silent about this matter. He suddenly looked at Li Tianlan and continued, but eldest senior brother asked me to tell you something. Take a step back, and you will see the world. Li Tianlan's expression changed. He looked at Li Beitian seriously and said softly, I remember something. The three of us happen to be assigned to the same dormitory in the Sky Academy. It's not a coincidence, right? Li Beitian's face froze. Ning Qinqing's expression was also a little unnatural. But now, after seeing Dongsheng Wudi, Li Tianlan already knew that Ning Qinqing and him sharing the same dormitory was arranged by the Dongsheng clan. As for Li Beitian, Li Tianlan asked softly, was it arranged by Wei Kunlun? Li Beitian hesitated and said with a wry smile, no, it's not a big deal. It's really not a coincidence that we are in the same dormitory. I was entrusted by someone to help you when I can, so that you can become stronger as soon as possible. But it wasn't eldest senior brother who made these arrangements. He didn't know you at that time. It was second senior brother who asked me to appear by your side. Second senior brother, Li Tianlan looked stunned. The other young people were a little confused. Only Yu Donglai showed a look of understanding after a little pause. His eyes lit up. Second senior brother of Mount Shu. To be precise, the so-called second senior brother was not a senior brother, but a senior sister. Yun Qinshi, the Phantom Sword Master. She was also the most mysterious sword master of Mount Shu. A giant of Mount Shu, a woman, and a half-step invincible realm expert. Such an identity was worth gossiping about anywhere. When Li Tianlan was in Changdao, he heard Deep Dream, the top assassin of Sai City, mention Yun Qinshi. It was said that this phantom sword master had a very bad relationship with Situ Sangyue, the hidden god of Zhongzhou State. They were even incompatible. Because of this, Li Tianlan became more confused. He had thought that Li Beitian was with him because of Wei Kunlun's arrangement, but now Yun Qinshi appeared. Since she had a bad relationship with the Lord of Sai City, why would she help him? Does your second senior brother know me? Li Tianlan couldn't help asking. No, I don't. Li Beitian shook his head. He looked at Li Tianlan with a strange look in his eyes and said in a strange tone, although second senior brother doesn't know you, but Tianlan, you don't really think that your old master has done nothing but guard the border all these years, do you? The old master Li Beitian mentioned was naturally Li Honghe, but the problem was that Li Tianlan knew nothing, and it seemed that Li Beitian knew something. What do you know? Li Tianlan asked directly. In terms of age, I'm a few years older than you. But when Li family had an accident, I was still young. What could I know? Li Beitian said helplessly, but I heard first senior brother mention old Master Li by accident before. I forgot the details, but first senior brother said that in the whole Zhongzhou state, if we say that old fox, no, Wiley, well, if we say that old man gets stronger, anyway, that's what he meant. First senior brother said that in this respect, Senior Li is the real number one person in Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan felt a little strange. Old fox, Wiley. That was what Wei Kunlun wanted to express at that time. But his grandfather had been quiet all these years. What was he planning? What was it? Li Tianlan's curiosity was completely aroused. Why did he say that? Li Beitian frowned and shook his head. In his memory, the only time first senior brother mentioned the Li family, he seemed to be a little drunk. He was indeed better at drinking than Wei Kunlun. But if Wei Kunlun drank too much, how could Li Beitian be any better? He could only remember bits and pieces of the conversation from that time. I only remember 4 words. Chapter 278. Everyone present was silent. For the vast majority of young people in Zhongzhou State, the Li family represented the former glory and the current decline. Li Honghe, what kind of person was the former war god of Zhongzhou State, who had been gradually forgotten over the years, but reappeared in the eyes of the world after the border war? It was worth everyone's curiosity. After all, no matter how poor the Li family was, Li Honghe was now a peerless expert in the invincible realm. No matter how cruel the dark world was or how rigorous the special warfare system was, gossip among experts was also very popular. However, Li Baitian's revelation stopped there. After the amazing plot, there was nothing else, not even some of his own speculations, which made people feel awkward. If the amazing plot was a revelation, then what was the content of the so-called amazing plot was the real key. Li Baitian only remembered this, so Li Tianlan didn't feel it was appropriate to ask more. What are your plans? Li Tianlan suddenly asked after a moment of silence. He actually didn't care much about what Li Baitian said. Perhaps in the eyes of Wei Kunlun, the Nirvana Swordmaster of Mount Shu, Li Honghe was a real scheming old fox. But in Li Tianlan's heart, he was his grandfather, the old man who guarded the last living space of the Li family for 20 years. If there was a so-called amazing plot, how could the Li family be so poor today? He glanced at Li Baitian and Ning Qiansheng, then at Du Hanin and Su Chu. Only then did he find that none of them needed his concern. What do you mean? Li Baitian froze for a moment and asked, looking at Li Tianlan. We all have to plan for our future. East Emperor Palace doesn't seem to have a bright future now. Li Tianlan whispered. So, will East Emperor Palace still exist in the future? Ning Qiansheng interrupted Li Tianlan and asked. Of course. Li Tianlan answered without hesitation. This was his only way. Although he was the young governor of Sai City now, even if he became the governor in the future, he couldn't take Sai City for granted and turn it into the Li family. Only East Emperor Palace was his own force. Although the free forces were now about to be controlled by the special warfare divisions of various regions, and although this road was extremely difficult, there was only one way in front of Li Tianlan, and there was no other choice. As long as the East Emperor Palace is here, I will be here. Ning Qiansheng said calmly. We were assigned to the same dormitory for other reasons, but we didn't consider anything else when we joined the East Emperor Palace. You're my brother. If you are here and the East Emperor Palace is here, I will definitely be here. Do you think we will withdraw from the East Emperor Palace because of the Special Warfare Department? Li Baitian laughed and scolded. Damn it, I'm the great Void Swordmaster. Why should I be afraid of the Special Warfare Department? I came to the Sky Academy to help you. If I quit the East Emperor Palace now, wouldn't it make your road more difficult? I have no plans. The East Emperor Palace is good. I will stay here. Me too, Su Chu said calmly. If it weren't for young master, I would have died in East Island. I must get my revenge. It's only possible if I'm by your side. Du Hanin's voice was clear and cold, but extremely determined. Li Tianlan's heart gradually calmed down. He looked deeply at the people in front of him, smiled complicatedly, and said softly, You know what this means. If they stayed in the East Emperor Palace, it not only meant that their future was full of difficulties, but it also meant that the forces behind them had expressed a certain degree of support for Li Tianlan. If the East Emperor Palace wanted to rise against the trend, it would definitely fight with Kunlun City, the Wang family of Beihai, and the Prince Group in the future. When it was a life-and-death battle, this kind of support would become strength, but it might also become implicative. Don't worry so much, Ning Qiansheng said blandly. Who knows what will happen in the future? Even if something really happens, it's not us who make the choice, because staying in the East Emperor Palace is our choice. He looked at Li Tianlan and said, What about you? What's your choice? What kind of path is the East Emperor Palace going to take? Integrate into the new system, or continue to be a free force? Integrating into the new system would naturally rise along with the current level of the East Emperor Palace. Now the East Emperor Palace was a division-level unit. After the reform of the special warfare system, the level issue might also be reformed. Synchronized with the military, the East Emperor Palace would become a battalion or a deputy regiment level, and then climb up step by step. The East Emperor Palace might become a new Special Operations Bureau, and then it might become a new Special Warfare Headquarters. But in the process, the East Emperor Palace might be broken up and become a name. After all, integrating into the new system meant accepting the direct leadership of the local Special Operations Bureau, the Special Warfare Headquarters, and even Kunlun City. If the higher-ups transferred Li Tianlan out of the so-called East Emperor Palace, Li Tianlan would have no way at all. Continue to be a free force? The East Emperor Palace would exist intact, and it seemed to have more opportunities for development. But it would also be controlled by the local Special Operations Bureau. No one could say what kind of scale it could develop in this way. Neither of these two paths was easy to take. Li Tianlan was the founder of the East Emperor Palace. When Ning Qiansheng, Li Beitian, and the others decided to stay, Li Tianlan must plan the future of the East Emperor Palace. I haven't decided yet. Li Tianlan shook his head. There's still time, Li Beitian said. The East Emperor Palace can't graduate in advance. It's better to maintain the status quo for the next 3 years. But we have to make plans in advance. It doesn't make sense, Li Tianlan said softly. The general trend is like a chessboard. In Zhongzhou State, Gu Xingyun and Wang Tianzong are all chess players, and we're just chess pieces on the chessboard. No matter how good our plans are, we can't escape the fate of being controlled at will. It doesn't matter which path we take now, because they can easily imprison our upward space. So any plans are meaningless. So, Li Beitian raised his eyebrows. Become stronger. Li Tianlan's tone was straightforward. He reached out and flicked his fingers gently. In silence, a weak sword intent rose out of thin air. The sword intent was so weak, so small, and so illusory. It was a sword intent that was not worthy of anyone's attention. But Li Beitian's pupils contracted in an instant. He couldn't stop thinking about that moment just now. The sword intent appeared and disappeared. It was not a majestic and sharp sword intent, but it had a quality that made him tremble. I've started over, Li Tianlan said softly. Everyone noticed the moment the sword intent appeared. Yu Donglai, who had been silent, was the most excited. He suddenly stood up and took 2 steps. He looked at Li Tianlan and said, "What realm are you in now?" "No realm," Li Tianlan said softly. "It's enough to have sword intent." He used to stand at a very high place. For him now, there was only one realm in martial arts. That was the invincible realm, and he was only on the way to the invincible realm. His road had just begun. Li Tianlan's eyes were focused and calm. His future might be filled with thorns, but his martial path was already a smooth one. Go back to the Sky Academy. Li Tianlan looked at Ning Qiansheng and the others and said softly, "I know that you guys don't need to attend classes in the Sky Academy anymore. I'm not here, and there's no point in fighting for credits. But since you've entered the school, you have to learn something. The significance of the existence of the Special Warfare Academy is not absolute strength, but their ultimate specialties in various fields. No matter which path the East Emperor Palace takes in the future, we need sufficient strength and absolute merits." He paused, glanced at everyone in sight, and said softly, "So for the next period of time, the East Emperor Palace will be handed over to you. What about you?" Ning Qiansheng asked subconsciously. "Me," Li Tianlan smiled. The general trend was like a game of chess. Now he couldn't afford to play this game of chess, nor was he willing to be a chess piece. So he simply stopped playing and jumped out of the chessboard. "I'm going out for a walk," he said softly. Chapter 279. Leaving was not an escape, but the best choice now. Li Tianlan knew very well that he needed to let it go. He couldn't let it go, so why not let it go for the time being? The general trend was surging and magnificent. Li Tianlan thought that he couldn't afford to play now. Instead of struggling to move forward, it was better to take a step back. Just like the words that Nirvana Swordmaster of Mount Shu asked Li Beitian to tell him. Take a step back and you will see the world. There were too many seemingly tragic failures and sad songs. But in the end, they all died because of untimely persistence. Li Tianlan decided to take a step back. Retreat out of the general trend, let go of fetters, grievances, the Li family, and even Qin Bai. Pursue the purest sword intent with the most dedicated mind. The moment he destroyed his wind and thunder veins, he had already seen his path clearly. The path of a new beginning. No one asked Li Tianlan where he wanted to go. Only Yu Donglai whispered, "When are you going to leave?" "Now," Li Tianlan's voice was as light as the clouds in the sky, with a sense of illusion that would disappear at any time. He could leave the night Wang Yuetong left. If he hadn't waited for Li Beitian and others to come back, he would have been on the way now. He stood up, looked at the young faces around him that represented infinite potential, and whispered, "East Emperor Palace is temporarily in your hands. Young master, I'll go with you." Su Chu stood up, and his thick and resolute face looked extremely determined. He was the first disciple of Jade Pool. He came to the Sky Academy this time because Bai Qingxian asked him to follow Li Tianlan. After the Battle of Changdao, Su Chu's strength broke through again, and he almost entered the thunder-shocking realm. It was really unnecessary to stay in the Sky Academy, and it was not his task. Li Tianlan shook his head and said with a chuckle, "This is my own path. You stay and guard my foundation for me." Su Chu wanted to say something, but stopped. Li Tianlan had already turned his eyes to Ning Qiansheng and Li Beitian. "Thank you," he said seriously. "We are brothers." Ning Qiansheng's tone was as calm as plain water, without any ups and downs. Li Tianlan nodded with a smile. Nothing else mattered. "We are brothers, so we will not leave." This sentence could already represent everything. Li Tianlan glanced at Yu Donglai. Yu Donglai nodded and said nothing. He and Li Tianlan didn't need to say much. Nothing needed to be said. He turned around and walked straight out of the door. Her clothes were as white as snow. The sword was as red as blood. No one sent him off. Everyone silently watched Li Tianlan leave and walk out of the East Emperor Palace. The sky outside the window became increasingly gloomy and depressing. Li Tianlan walked past the artificial lake in front of the door and heard a faint sound behind him. His footsteps were met with resistance. The golden retriever, who had been lying by the lake, ran over and bit his trousers gently. Li Tianlan looked at the golden retriever Wang Yuetong gave him with a strange look. The golden retriever's name was Baby. No matter what it was called, it was still a dog. He squatted down and patted the golden retriever's head. The golden retriever wagged its tail and wanted to lick Li Tianlan's hand happily. "Go play." Li Tianlan pointed to the lake behind him. The golden retriever whimpered and circled around him. During Li Tianlan's time in the East Emperor Palace, whether he was sitting in a daze in front of the door or walking in the East Emperor Palace, he would be accompanied by this golden retriever most of the time. "Do you want to go with me?" Li Tianlan asked. Dogs were intelligent. The golden retriever immediately stopped circling and rushed up to lick Li Tianlan's face. Li Tianlan hugged it and said with a smile, "Well, with you and the sword, this journey is not lonely." The clouds are getting lower and lower. Heavy rain was about to fall from the sky. A black Volkswagen drove unhurriedly into a high-end community in the center of Huading under the gloomy sky. The car stopped in front of a residential building on the edge of the community. A thin figure wrapped in a black cloak got out of the car unhurriedly, entered the elevator, and went straight to the 9th floor. 1 unit per floor greatly guaranteed the privacy of the apartment. The man wrapped in a black cloak silently walked out of the elevator and directly entered the luxurious and exquisite home. A young woman of about 26 or 27 years old was sitting in the living room, making tea. The woman's figure was plump and delicate. She wore a close-fitting suit, which fully displayed her extremely beautiful figure. She seemed to have deliberately dressed up and put on light makeup. Her hair was wet from the shower. In the mist gradually rising from the tea, her charming face seemed to become more and more attractive. The man wrapped in a black cloak walked into the living room. The young woman who had been quietly making tea stood up subconsciously and said softly, "Master." The man under the cloak answered in a low voice and asked directly, "What's the matter?" "Gu Hantan and Gu Fengbo will arrive in Huading tomorrow. He spoke to me on the phone not long ago. 3 days ago, Gu Hantan successfully broke through to the thunder-shocking realm. This time he may come to Huading to test Li Tianlan's current situation." The woman said softly. Silence. The man under the cloak was silent for a while, and then said with a soft smile, "Is this information very important?" He reached out and pinched the woman's chin. admiring the woman's charming but uneasy young face. This was a face that many students of the Sky Academy were very familiar with. Lu Dongyu of the Lu family of Huadi. Everyone knew that the Lu family was an important part of the peripheral forces of Kunlun City, but few people knew that now, because of the Imperial Jade Seal, the whole Lu family had completely turned to Li Tianlan. And Li Tianlan would also not know that Lu Dongyu, who was the first to surrender to him when he broke into the Lu family alone that night, had another position. Lu Dongyu had another position. What about the whole Lu family? Lu Dongyu's delicate body trembled slightly, not because of fear, but because her chin was pinched. Her whole face showed a kind of emotional flush and excitement. I think the master must be very worried about the safety of young Governor Li. So he reported this information to you, Lu Dongyu said in a trembling voice. Oh, the man in the cloak said with a little playfulness. So you know my identity? I recognized the master when I was in Changdao. Lu Dongyu's voice trembled more and more seductively. Military counselor. Military counselor was silent for a while. After a long while, he let go of Lu Dongyu and sat directly on the sofa. Lu Dongyu knelt in front of military counselor with her charming eyes, trembling to untie his belt. Kunlun City, military counselor murmured to himself and mocked. You really don't give up your evil intentions. Lu Dongyu did not speak, and her charming face with light makeup was directly lowered. I see. Military counselor gently stroked Lu Dongyu's hair and said indifferently, Since you know my identity, then you must understand that from today on, I am not your master. Tianlan is. Lu Dongyu's movement paused, and then she tried harder to move up and down. Your skills are getting better and better. No wonder Guhan's Han likes you. Military counselor said with a chuckle, and then said, In addition, please tell your grandfather that what I said to you is equally valid for the whole Lu family. He's getting old, and I'm afraid he's confused. How dare he ask me to rob Tianlan's Imperial Jade Seal? I'm afraid he's delusional. Grandfather doesn't know your identity, Your Excellency. Lu Dongyu raised her head, and her eyes were blurred. Military counselor pressed Lu Dongyu's head down and said indifferently, It doesn't matter. A dog must be a likable dog. Only when it is loyal can it be likable. His messy thoughts can be put away. From today on, there's only one master of your Lu family, not me, but Li Tianlan. Lu Dongyu nodded, but it brought military counselor a more comfortable experience. Military counselor turned to look out of the window. Under the cloak, his eyes were deep and calm. No matter what happened in the future, Samsara Palace would not separate from Li Tianlan. But Li Tianlan's actions against the Lu family, military counselor suddenly had a headache. The plan was messed up after all, but fortunately, there was still time to repair it. He looked at the young woman who knelt at his feet and fawned on him, thinking that it was not a big problem to let the Lu family come out from the dark. Li Tianlan did not go to the Sky Academy, but asked Tribulation to go to a park near the Sky Academy. Tribulation, who was pale, arrived as scheduled. Looking at the long sword on Li Tianlan's back and the golden retriever lying at his feet, he raised his eyebrows slightly and seemed puzzled. How is Martial Uncle's injury? Li Tianlan looked at Tribulation and asked straightforwardly, without any nonsense. Tribulation narrowed his eyes and was silent for a while. Then he laughed at himself and said, Not very optimistic. Too much of a burden on your body? Li Tianlan frowned. He was the young governor of Sai City. If he became successful in the future, he could not directly turn Sai City into the Li family. But it did not mean that Sai City was not important to him. At least until now, Sai City was still his most reliable protection. The state of Tribulation and Situ Sangyue was most directly related to Li Tianlan's interests and the foundation of his future survival. He took out the Imperial Jade Seal that he had prepared and handed it to Tribulation. He said softly, This thing should play a role, but how to use it? Martial Uncle needs to study it yourself. To be honest, although I came back to life with luck, I am not very clear about the function of this thing. Tribulation took the Imperial Jade Seal and glanced at it. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Martial arts stone? It's the Imperial Jade Seal, Li Tianlan explained. Tribulation's breathing suddenly became heavy. He knew about the Imperial Jade Seal, but the ancient jade in front of him was the most precious martial arts stone for martial artists. If he could get it in advance, how could his breakthrough be like this? Thank you. Tribulation was silent for a while. Then he held the Imperial Jade Seal tightly in his hand and said seriously, "It's good that it's useful to Martial Uncle." Li Tianlan smiled and waved his hand. "I'm going to leave Huading for a walk. I'm afraid that I won't be able to see Martial Uncle for a while, so I came to say goodbye to you." Tribulation glanced at Li Tianlan and frowned. Temporarily? Before Li Tianlan could speak, he nodded again and said, "It's good to temporarily take a step back. The special warfare system will be established in the southeast region of Zhongzhou State, and the Southeast Special Warfare Headquarters will be established." Li Tianlan nodded and asked subconsciously, "Who's minister?" Although he knew it was unlikely to be Tribulation, he still hoped to hear a different answer. But the answer Tribulation gave was in line with the norm. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi, the director of Wuyue's Special Operations Bureau. Wuyue was the core territory of the Southeast Group. Zhang Qi's strength was higher than that of the directors of the Special Operations Bureau around him. He was a real superior of the half-step invincible realm. For him to take this position, he had enough strength and experience. But the Southeast Group would get the result of this pilot. Was the Wang family of Beihai so eager to stand on the front line against him? He's just a transitional figure. Tribulation said, the Southeast Group got this position. It won't take long for them to trade with Kunlun City. But no matter how they trade, it's hard for us to get it. It's good to temporarily take a step back. Li Tianlan nodded, stood up, and said, "After I leave, if Martial Uncle is still in Huading, please take care of East Emperor Palace if there are any problems in the future. Don't worry." Tribulation nodded and said, "Even if I leave, Sai City will send someone else to take care of it." He looked at Li Tianlan and asked directly, "Where are you going?" "I haven't decided yet." Li Tianlan shook his head and said, "Just walk around, all the way south or north. Maybe one day I'll go directly to Mount Taibai." A stiff smile appeared on Tribulation's pale face. "If you need it, go there directly. Sai City will arrange everything for you." Li Tianlan nodded and turned to leave. The golden retriever followed behind him happily. He passed the grass and the flower beds. Standing at the gate of the park, Li Tianlan turned back and looked back. Tribulation still stayed where he was, watching him quietly. Li Tianlan waved his hand, turned around, and walked away. Thunder sounded in the air. The autumn rain, which had been brewing for a long time, began to fall. Li Tianlan's figure gradually became blurred in the rain, going farther and farther. A man, a sword, and a dog. Chapter 280. The autumn rain blurred the green water and the Tsang Mountain. The rain continued to fall, lingering in the air. Dark clouds gathered from the north to the south, and the rain kept falling with frosty coldness and bleakness. Lonely Mountain was the most beautiful in the rain. Westlake was also the most beautiful in the rain. The old man with gray hair, dressed in cotton clothes, was sitting at the junction of mountains and rivers, fishing with a homemade fishing rod. The Mid-Autumn Festival had passed. There was still green on Lonely Mountain, but the withered yellow was gradually spreading. The old man seemed to be sitting between life and death, and his back looked lonely and lonely. The autumn rain was still falling, wetting the Tsang Mountain and the green water, which was poignant and beautiful. It was poetic and picturesque. A black umbrella appeared on the mountain road covered with flowers and leaves. The black umbrella was bathed in the rain and walked down the mountain. A woman in simple and plain clothes, but with a very beautiful appearance, walked behind the old man with an umbrella. The woman's appearance was very beautiful, but there was a kind of vicissitudes and fatigue in her eyes. She was not young, but a little haggard look could not hide the stubbornness between her eyebrows, which was an instinctive persistence. Such a woman was the most beautiful. Even if she was in her twilight years, she was still as beautiful as before. The woman took a step forward and held the umbrella over the old man's head, shielding him from the dense rain. The old man didn't seem to notice it. He just looked at the water attentively and said nothing. The woman was also silent, standing behind the old man with an umbrella like a statue. There was silence between heaven and earth. Time passed. The fishing rod in the old man's hand trembled uncontrollably with his palm, and then there were ripples on the water surface. The woman behind him looked quietly at the old man's uncontrollably trembling hand. Her eyes were sad, and she couldn't help sighing softly. The old man seemed to notice that there was one more person behind him. He looked at the umbrella above his head, pointed with the other hand, and said with a smile, "It's meaningless. I don't need this thing." He really didn't need it. No matter how heavy the rain was, as long as he wanted, wherever he went, there would be a clear sky. He was fearless of wind and rain, and invincible to all enemies. Just because his name was Li Honghe. "It's meaningless for you to fish here," the woman said softly, "because you can't catch fish at all." Li Honghe didn't mind the woman's tone and said with a smile, "We will have guests later. If I could put the fish I caught on the table, it will be my sincerity. I won't lose anything by trying." "He doesn't like your fish." The woman's tone was crisp and clear. "But the only thing I can satisfy him is fish," Li Honghe said calmly. When the woman heard this, her originally tense expression immediately relaxed a little, but she didn't say anything. No one knew if Li Honghe saw the expression of the woman behind him. He looked at the lake and suddenly said, "You don't like Zhongzhou State." The woman was silent for a moment, then softly said, "I'm tired. It wasn't that she didn't like it. She used to love it, but she was really tired now." Li Honghe smiled self-deprecatingly and said in a complicated tone, "It's the Li family that let you down. But I can't afford it." "What is letting him down?" The woman said calmly, "It is Zhongzhou State that failed the Li family." Li Honghe didn't say anything. He was not qualified to say anything about this issue. He was really not qualified. "It seems that I was wrong to let Li Huaqing take Wangxing away," Li Honghe said softly. "Wangxing has now become the new major general of Spirit Tortoise in Zhongzhou State. I thought you would be happy. Now I think about it. Qingye, you will blame me, right?" Li Wangsheng. The cold light in the corners of Qingye's eyes suddenly softened. She was Li Wangxing's mother. For her son was the real everything. He still has a future, and he can help the young master and the Li family. "Your Highness made a good arrangement. I'm very grateful," Qingye said softly. She used to be an extraordinary woman in the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State, but with the passage of time, this former female general seemed to have lost her edge in the past. "What about you?" Li Honghe suddenly asked. "What do you want?" Qingye looked silent and didn't speak for a long time. I suddenly remembered the motto of the Sky Academy, which I mentioned in person back then. "If you want to go to heaven, you must go to hell first." "Qingye, the Li family can give you freedom now. Do you want to go to hell?" Li Honghe asked softly. The Li family had never seen heaven, whether in its glory or in its decline, but had seen hell. There was freedom everywhere in hell. If death was freedom. Qingye smiled and said calmly, "I don't want to die." She didn't want to die, nor did she want to face it. Li Honghe nodded and said, "Then let others die. Leng Xiao is good. Han Chuan is also good." Qingye recommended 2 people. These 2 people were now in Lonely Mountain. They had been with Li Honghe for nearly 20 years. They were loyal and had faced countless open and hidden attacks in the cold rain. Li Honghe nodded and said calmly, "Then let them be. I'll arrange it." Qingye nodded. The drizzling rain was still flying in the air. The wind stopped, and the rain suddenly became heavier. The sky was gloomy, and the mountains gradually filled with a vast expanse of white. It began to fog. The fine white mist drifted between the mountains and rivers, making them hazy. After getting the answer he wanted, Qingye turned and left. A lone boat appeared on the water in the distance. A middle-aged man, who was well known in Zhongzhou State and appeared on the news broadcast almost every year, stood at the bow of the boat with a dignified appearance. The president of Zhongzhou State, Li Huaqing. Qing Yi turned around to look, and his eyes were filled with indifference. The whole lonely mountain seemed to be glorious when the president visited. Li Honghe had said that all he could give Li Huaqing was fish. Now it seemed that he couldn't even give him fish. She turned around and left without saying a word. Li Honghe also stood up and looked at Li Huaqing, who came ashore in front of him. The old man smiled kindly and said softly, "Welcome, President." Li Huaqing, who looked high-spirited but had a serious look in his eyes, waved his hand and said with a smile, "You're too polite, Senior Li. The weather is bad, so you should rest more on the mountain. It doesn't matter if I get caught in the rain occasionally." Li Honghe reached out and pulled Li Honghe ashore. The heat rose around him. With him as the center, the rain within a radius of tens of meters was completely evaporated in an instant. Lonely Mountain is not a barren place, but there are not many resources it can offer. I plan to entertain you by fishing in person, but the weather is too bad, and the fish don't give me face, so I can only simplify everything. Li Honghe said with a smile. Li Huaqing was slightly stunned. Although the other party's tone was calm, he still heard a hint of rejection from the other party's tone. Although he didn't understand the meaning, it seemed to be enough to show Li Honghe's true attitude towards his visit today. Li Huaqing frowned. He didn't want to get to the point too quickly, but Li Honghe's meaning was somewhat clear. He had to tentatively say with a smile, "Everything is fine, Senior Li. What's worth my visit is not only the food." Li Honghe smiled and didn't say much. Li Huaqing's heart sank slightly again. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Honghe, who was still fishing beside him. He said softly, "I have something to report to Senior Li. Tianlan left Huading 2 days ago. He said he was going for a walk, but he didn't say where he was going." Li Honghe raised his eyebrows and turned to take a deep look at Li Huaqing. "That's a good step back," he said softly. He knew a series of things in the outside world. Even if he didn't want to know, at this time he was in Lin, and some people with intentions would try to send him information. But in this situation, it was really good for Li Tianlan to take a step back. It's simply wonderful. Li Huaqing looked sincere and admiring. "Yes." Li Honghe laughed. He went out for a few months. Although he suffered some setbacks, it seemed to be a good thing. At least he has matured a little. The future of the Li family ultimately depends on him, not me. Here it came. Li Huaqing's heart tightened, but he remained calm and respectfully said, "But the Li family still belongs to Senior Li." "Wrong." Li Honghe said quietly, "The Li family only lives for itself now, so the Li family belongs to each of us. Maybe it will be Tianlan's in the future, but now it's not his or mine." Li Huaqing felt a little bitter at the corner of his mouth. He tried to smile and said, "I understand what you mean and your decision, but Tianlan is still young, and no one knows where he is now. The Li family still needs you to take charge of the overall situation. Don't you understand, Huaqing?" Li Honghe sighed softly. After the border war, the Li family no longer pursues the overall situation, but freedom. I know your difficulties, but today's Li family is not what it was 20 years ago. Now we need Tianlan to be responsible for the Li family, and I only need to be responsible for my grandson. He did understand Li Huaqing's difficulties. Li Huaqing treated people with generosity, and his actions could be regarded as upright. Since he had been promoted, he had pursued fairness in many sensitive personnel issues, and he did not have too deep a grudge against the major groups. The academics had risen quickly, but its foundation was shallow. Li Huaqing's actions were entirely because he wanted to leave enough living space for the academics after he retired. So from another perspective, the weakness of the academics today had a direct relationship with their shallow foundation and Li Huaqing's style of doing things. But he did not want the academics to be weak all the time. What he hoped was to grasp some things in the dark when he gave up some things on the surface, so as to make up for some shortcomings of the academics' own political structure. For example, the special warfare system. The academics could have expected Li Tianlan's growth, but the cooperation between Gu Xingyun and the Wang family of Beihai forced Li Huaqing to speed up his plan. The special warfare system needed experts. The Li family was Li Huaqing's only choice now. Li Honghe actually didn't know what Li Huaqing was going to do with the Li family, and he didn't want to know. As he said, the only thing he could give Li Huaqing was this fish that he didn't know whether he could take the bait or not. At least, he would no longer carry the Li family to go to the mountains of knives and seas of fire under the encouragement of the so-called overall situation. That was Li Tianlan's business. Your grandson? Li Huaqing narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked in a playful tone. Li Honghe was a little confused. Old Li, I've inadvertently found out about some things. Today, I've come here to verify it. Li Huaqing asked softly, do you know Secretary Bai Qingxian, the girl of the Bai family? Yes. Li Honghe nodded. Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingxian were recognized as talented and beautiful in the eyes of countless people. They loved each other very much, but I don't know why their relationship became very bad later. I accidentally learned that all this should have started when Bai Qingxian gave birth to Dongqing Rushi. Dongqing Rushi can't be the reason why Bai Qingxian turned against the Dongqing clan. Then what on earth caused Bai Qingxian to break up with the Dongshang clan? Why? Li Honghe asked quietly. Because of maternal love. Li Huaqing stared at Li Honghe. After what happened that year, I heard that Senior Li just had a granddaughter who died young. I didn't know you had a grandson. On the contrary, we all ignored Dongqing Rushi, who was born at the same time as Tianlan. Senior Li, do you really have a grandson? Bai Qingxian is now in Guangdong. To be honest, that's where I used to work, so I still have some influence in Guangdong. Li Huaqing said slowly. A few months ago, when the news of Tianlan's death reached Zhongzhou State, Dongqing Wudi went to Guangdong as soon as possible. He stayed there for 3 days in a row, but he didn't see Bai Qingxian. Later, he seemed to have seen her, and it was said that he was slapped. When I heard the news, I vaguely sorted out some clues and roughly guessed why Bai Qingxian turned against the Dongqing clan. There's no other reason that we can't see. Li Huaqing said softly. It's because of the child. Bai Qingxian's hatred for the Dongqing clan is just because she is a mother who lost her child. Dongqing Rushi is not Bai Qingxian's daughter. Li Tianlan is the son of Bai Qingxian and Dongqing Wudi. Senior Li, Dongqing Rushi is your granddaughter. Am I right? No. Li Honghe smiled. His expression didn't change at all. There was only calmness and naturalness. I really have nothing to do with Dongqing Rushi. He said softly. His tone was not forced naturalness at all. Li Huaqing's speculation was very reasonable. But whether he believed it or not, you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.